All righty, good afternoon, everyone. It is 5:30, and we'd like to call this school board meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. It is great to see you all. Looks like we have a huge crowd today that we'll be celebrating and acknowledging here in a little bit. But we'll go ahead and start with 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance, and it'll be done virtually by Mr. Yama's intermediate band class from Richardson Prep High School. So if we could all please stand. Thank you.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated.
All righty. Well, we always appreciate when they tell us exactly what to do, right? So great job by Mr. Yama's intermediate band class from Richardson Prep High. We always appreciate when our students lead us through the pledge. We will move on to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any items to pull?
Dr. White, I do have a few amendments or items to pull.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Dr. Funches.
We'll be pulling item 10.17.
All right, give me a second here. 10.17,
10.30,
10.30,
and 10.36, all for further discussion.
10.36, all for further discussion. It's 10.17, 10.30, 10.36 will be pulled for further discussion. Any other discussion on the agenda? All righty, let's go ahead and vote on the amended agenda. All right, motion does carry, and just want to let you know that Ms. Rosales Medina is on her way. She is stuck in traffic, so we will be seeing her soon. So that will be nice. And then, so the motion carries on the agenda as amended, and we'll move on to 1.4, Inspirational Message, and that looks like it's me this month. So, just want to acknowledge that for the month of October, there's a lot of different things that we like to honor and recognize, and, one of them, for example, is our Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I want to make sure we always acknowledge breast cancer awareness for our ladies that are out there. But I'm going to focus on Bullying Prevention Month. And October is Bullying Prevention Month. And so, obviously bullying is a huge issue for kids in schools. And it has been for a long time, even when I was a child and a student. I went through a lot of that myself. So I'm going to start by reading a bullying story by a student, not one of our students, but by a student, kind of put things in context on our mission and what we need to do as a school board as well as a district in regards to addressing bullying. We have an award-winning anti-bullying program, but I want to always make sure we keep that first and foremost as one of the areas of safety for our students. This student is from Carolyn. When I was in elementary school, I was a very happy and outgoing kid and had lots of friends. But when I started secondary school, some older kids started to bully and tease me. All my friends from elementary school left me because they didn't want to be seen with me. At my school, everything was all about money and clothes. I had huge glasses and I was really ugly and everyone laughed at me. Then a boy, he was in 8th grade, I think, started to follow me around. He called me names, took my stuff, and made up rumors about me. One day, he and his friends beat me up on the bus. No one wanted to be friends with me anymore. Then I became friends with 2 girls in my class. They started making up rumors about me. Everyone kept telling me what a bad person I was. In 6th grade, the bullying got even worse. Everyone said I was ugly and I should just kill myself. In 7th grade, my mom made me attend afternoon classes. Full-time school was voluntary at my school. The kids in afternoon classes started bullying me too. They followed me around and took photos of me in the bathroom to send them to the whole school. When I got home from school, I would go to my room and cry all evening. I never talked to anyone. My grades dropped and my teachers started to talk to my parents. They told them I was lazy and refused to participate. They knew I was being bullied, but they never did anything to stop it. Everyone hated me and I didn't have a single friend. I just want to tell everyone who is going through the same, it does get better. I know it's really hard, and you might feel like giving up sometimes. But you have to be yourself and stay confident. Don't let them get to you. I know you're suffering, but at some point, you'll be proud of yourself for all that you've been through. And if anyone judges you, know it's their problem, not yours. Those people have no idea what you've been through. They probably couldn't even take it, but you had to take it. And that you're still going on with your life, and that's why you can be proud of yourself. So I really do love Carolyn's attitude towards her experiences in life, because those that have been bullied, they are very challenging. They also, develop character in us through those challenges. So I'm going to talk about a few quotes to kind of put things in perspective for us and what our mission is. This one's by Unknown, and it's one of my favorites. Strong people stand up for themselves, but the strongest people stand up for others. It is important to stand up to all forms of bullying, even if it's more important for those who are around you to be just as courageous and stand with you. And that's Normani Corday. And this last one really applies to where we're at now in life. Cyberbullying is not a spectator sport. When and if you see it happening, resist, stay informed, and aware of how you can help and take some steps to champion against it. And that's Germany Kent. Bullying takes form in many different ways, but as we've heard in these quotes, we need to stand strong, we need to stand together against it and make sure that it's not happening in our schools and minimize it as much as we can. Tomorrow is Unity Day, October 19th. Remember to wear orange, to stand up against bullying, to share your support for kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. And that is my reading for today. Thank you. Dr. Flores?
I just wanted to thank you for that, because bullying is really a very detrimental, how would you say, action against kids. And I like the one point that she said, it's not my problem, it's theirs. And so that you put the onus on the bully and not to internalize what they're saying about you, because you have to stand strong and know who you are, and that you're a good person, that you're a kind person, and what others say about you that is mean, it's their problem, not yours. You just have to stay true to yourself. So when my daughter was bullied when she was growing up, I would say, is it true? No. Then, okay, so it's not your problem, it's theirs. Oh, you're right, So, and along the way, it helped all along the way. So, but we do have to stop that kind of behavior in terms of developing character.
Yes, we do, and thank you, Dr. Flores. And when I read it, I read a number of different stories, and I liked her particular story because it did remind me of my son when he was going through some issues and concerns at school, and he became very withdrawn. He didn't want to go to school. He quit attending school. His grades went down. And, I drew the line when my daughter sent me a picture of him sitting by a wall, and I've said this before, and he had his head between his knees looking down, and he was all by himself. And so I ask people, I plead with people, when you're at our schools and you see our students that maybe are looking like that or sitting by themselves and are withdrawn, to maybe just ask them, how are you doing? What's your name? I just want to say hello to you and acknowledge them, to let them know that, one, we see you, and two, we care about you, and three, maybe they might just let us know what's going on. And so we can intervene at that time. We can intervene, and we can start working with that young man or young lady, because as she said, they are going through a lot. They are going through a lot of our kids are, a lot of our staff are, a lot of us are. But if we acknowledge those students and we recognize and see them, we could do so much more for them. So thank you, Dr. Flores. All right. Time to move on to 2.0. And today is special recognitions and presentations, and 2.1 Outstanding Achievement Awards. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Wyatt. I did want to say at this time, and welcome to our community members and to all of our partners out there, Vice President Tillman, our board. I did want to take a moment to say this is a special time where we get a chance to see the not the first fruits, but the fruits of our board's labor, decision-making, and their advocacy and your tireless efforts and commitment to our district. So tonight, as we bring up our partner, Santa Claus Inc., and we bring up our other school sites. Pacuma, we have Arroyo Valley High School, we have Vermont Elementary School. We also have here Ingram Elementary School as well. It's always nice to see our scholars, our educators, classified staff, our parents, grandparents, all rallying around one another for the incredible work that's taking place in San Bernardino City Unified School District, and we're looking forward to these outstanding awards tonight. Back over to you, sir.
All righty. Thank you, Dr. Funches. And boy, you said it all in a nutshell. I am super excited. This is the best part of our evening, just so you know. And we were so excited to be able to bring back our celebrations and recognitions in person. It's one thing to do it online, but it's a whole other one to do it in person and see our students and our staff and our community members and family members and parents that get recognized for their incredible achievements and hard work that they put in our classrooms for our students. So I believe right now we're going to turn it over to Miss Maria Garcia, and she's going to MC us through this wonderful time in our board meeting. Thank you, Miss Garcia.
Good evening, Board. Now it is time to present the Outstanding Achievement and Community Partner Awards. My name is Maria Garcia, and I'm the district's communications officer. This evening, the Board of Education will honor students, parents, and staff from Ingram Elementary School, Vermont Elementary School, Pacuma K-8 School, and Arroyo Valley High School. The board recognizes outstanding students to build self-esteem and honor excellence in academics, athletics, fine arts, citizenship, and most improvement. The board also recognizes outstanding parents, volunteers, and employees. And for only the second time ever, the board will also recognize an outstanding community partner. All of our outstanding award winners deserve the honor of being recognized at our board meetings. I ask that our esteemed Board of Education members and Administrator in Charge, Dr. Marcus Sanchez, please make their way to the front to congratulate our honorees this evening. All of our school-level honorees will receive a certificate of appreciation. Our outstanding student award winners will also receive certificates from County Board of Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and free tickets to the San Bernardino Symphony, as well as a district bumper sticker and yard sign. Honorees, when your name is called, would you and your family please come forward to accept your awards and have a photo taken with our Board of Education members, Dr. Marcus Sanchez, and your principal. Students, please be sure to pick up your yard sign before you leave. Okay, so now it's my pleasure to announce the recipient of our Outstanding Community Partner Award, and that is Santa Claus Incorporated. Since 1952, Santa Claus Incorporated has been providing new toys, clothing, shoes, school supplies, and hygiene kits to children and families in the Inland Empire region. Today, the organization's Youth Enrichment Services program provides to those in need year-round, 365 days a year, including students right here in San Bernardino and Highland. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Santa Claus Inc. has been really busy. At the beginning of the pandemic, the nonprofit partnered with other organizations to distribute truckloads of hand sanitizer and over 10,000 masks. Santa Claus Inc. has two major partners, Delivering Good and Good 360, which provide donated goods to nonprofit organizations. Santa Claus Inc. also partners with local Amazon Return Center, and Santa Claus Inc. receives truckloads of items at its warehouse, which are then stored and distributed to those in need with a focus on children, including SBCUSD students. Santa Claus Inc. is there for families who have lost their homes and their belongings in a fire, or for children without families who have a need. And of course, Santa Claus Inc. is most known for their Christmas distribution, which forged on last year despite the safety restrictions during COVID. The organization set up an outdoor distribution site at the National Orange Show, distributing bags of toys, clothing, and books to more than 8,000 families, including some of our very own. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Santa Claus Inc. and a huge SBCUSD round of applause. And at this time, I would like to invite Santa Claus Incorporated Executive Director Karen DiCarlo to say a few words.
Thank you so much. I just told Sandra, I think working with San Bernardino City Unified is probably our most favorite place to be. We work in both counties. We're 70 years old this year. We were founded right here in 1952. Thank you. We've grown from a Christmas distribution program to a year-round program, serving last year 175,000 kids. Pretty amazing, yeah. So, we're still growing. We've grown over 1,000% in the last 10 years, and we have no intention of stopping. So thank you very much.
Thank you again to everyone at Santa Claus Inc. for helping us care for our students. And Santa Claus Inc. has received a mahogany plaque made especially for the organization by our Bing Wong Elementary School iSTEAM Lab students under the direction of teacher Robert Ruff and Principal Dorothy McIntosh. Audience, let's hear it one more time for Santa Claus Inc. Now it's time for our Outstanding Student, Parent, and Employee Awards. Would Ingram Elementary School Principal Dr. Joan West please come forward? Let's start with a warm welcome for Elias Huerta, a fourth grader in Lindsay Moreno's class. Elias is an outstanding student with a soft demeanor and exceptional academic performance. He is cherished by all for being helpful, kind, caring, and well-mannered. Elias is studious and intrinsically motivated and strives to always do his best. Elias would like to work in construction, building houses so everyone has a place to live. And we know that his parents, Manuel and Floribel Huerta, are very proud of him. Let's hear it one more time for Elias. Way to go, Elias. Our next student is Charniva Thomas, also a fourth grader. Charniva Thomas is a fourth grader in Lindsay Moreno's class. Charniva started as a high achiever in transitional kinder and has maintained her exemplary academic performance throughout the years. She is responsible, courteous, gracious, and friendly, and is a natural leader. She strives to be the best she can be at anything she attempts. Charniva would like to become an artist or a fashion designer. Thank you to Charniva's parents, Tynesha and Charles Thomas, for raising such an amazing young woman. Thank you so much to this beautiful family and to Charniva Thomas. And next up is our Outstanding Parent Award winner, Lena Gutierrez. Lena has served as a member of the School Site Council both before and throughout the pandemic. She has a heightened awareness of what goes on in the community and keeps an eye out for all scholars. Lena assists in any way to help others in the community who are in need. She has stepped out of her own comfort zone to take a leadership role in several parent groups. Lena's children, Jolina, Jonathan, and Leah, must be so very proud of their mother. Let's hear it for Lena Gutierrez one more time. And now, Recreation Aide Carolyn Bond is an outstanding classified employee. Carolyn does everything from playground to office support with fidelity. She responds to everything that is asked of her without hesitation and with a positive attitude. She goes over and above with the most beautiful demeanor to help whenever and wherever she's needed. Carolyn is dependable, professional, and just an awesome member of Ingram's team. Carol is a precious gem of invaluable worth to all of us at Ingram. Congratulations, Carolyn. Okay. Congratulations. Sabrina Rodriguez is an outstanding second grade teacher. Her harmonious, positive, and highly respectful manner has led to the creation of amazing relationships with students, families, and colleagues. She is welcoming, helpful, supportive, and always has a wealth of resources to share with others. Sabrina is always willing to help anyone and everyone and is dedicated to the success of Ingram scholars. She is a model educator who is beloved by all. Let's hear it one more time for Sabrina. Congratulations to all of the Ingram Golden Bears. Okay, now let's give a big lion welcome to the Vermont Elementary School students and Principal Ana Maria Perez. Please join me in recognizing Vermont's Divina Nolasco, a second grader in Cassandra Gomez's class. Divina is a model student. She loves reading and writing. She is respectful, kind, responsible, and helpful. She makes sure all of her classmates feel welcome and included. Divina wants to attend Cal State University San Bernardino and become either a school teacher or an actress and singer. Congratulations to Divina's parents, Tiffany and Eddie Nolasco, for raising such an amazing little girl. Congratulations. Our next honoree is Guadalupe Ramirez, a fourth grader in Janish Persad's class. Guadalupe is responsible. She makes sure to complete all tasks that are assigned to her. She is a compassionate student and helps others whenever she can. The Vermont staff is very proud of her. Guadalupe wants to attend California State University San Bernardino with the hope of becoming a school teacher in the future. And we're sure that Guadalupe's parents, Virginia Mayorga and Eleazar Ramirez, are very proud of her. Way to go, Guadalupe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Outstanding Parent Award winner Connie Santa Rosa. Connie has been an integral part of the Vermont Elementary Parent-Teacher Organization. She is at Vermont on a daily basis, supporting all Vermont teachers, staff, students, and especially the PTO. She works hard and goes above and beyond to make Vermont a very family-oriented school. We hope her daughter Christina and the rest of Connie's family are very proud of her work. Congratulations. Well, Rosa Loera is currently Vermont's Recreation Aide and also the PTO president and family engagement contact person. Rosa is responsible for the school soccer attendance incentive. She works long hours and goes above and beyond for Vermont students, parents, teachers, staff, and the entire community. Rosa works hard in our community to improve parent engagement, and working with our teachers and staff, she is a major part of getting positive results at Vermont. Rosa is a valuable asset for the entire Vermont Elementary School and her entire community. Congratulations, Rosa. Congratulations, Rosa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are recognizing Cassandra Gomez, who is an outstanding certificated employee and first and second grade teacher. Cassandra is very good, kind, and respectful to all Vermont staff. Her students and her students' parents love her. She is effective in working with all of her colleagues in working on getting results. And even though she's a new teacher, her students are achieving and getting excellent scores. Cassandra is a great example for all teachers in our SBCUSD family. So let's hear it one more time for Cassandra and for the entire Vermont Elementary School staff and students and parent. Okay, at this time, I would like to invite Victoria Morales Roberson, principal of Pacuma K-8 School, to join the board up front. Our first outstanding Pacuma student is 8th grader Leslie Cortez. Leslie is an amazing student. She's always challenging herself to maintain solid grades in all of her classes. Her teachers love having her in class, and she sets the tone for focus and active learning. And Leslie takes time to support her classmates whenever they're struggling. Leslie plans on attending Yale or Harvard University to become an archaeologist. And we know that her parents, Luis Cortez and Maria Castellanos, must be so proud of her. And up next is Davion Matthews, a 3rd grader in Rebecca Vance's class. Davion is a model scholar. He is always respectful, responsible, and safe. No matter the time of day, Davion is smiling and spreading his joy. His classmates look to him for encouragement and positivity. Davion Matthews loves to help people and wants to become a police officer or a firefighter when he grows up. And we also want to recognize Davion's parents, Michael and Desiree Matthews, for raising an amazing little boy. And I believe now Chief Joseph Paulino is going to present Davion with a special SBCUSD District Police pin. Congratulations to the entire family. And now Amy Farrell is Pacuma's Outstanding Parent Award winner. Amy is an active member of the School Site Council. She also volunteers regularly for a variety of tasks and school events. Amy is willing to support the school and all students at any time and in any capacity. Pacuma is lucky to have a parent like Amy who really cares about the school and its students. I hope Amy's children, Jack and Jolene, appreciate her as much as Pacuma and the entire district does. And now, Campus Security Officer Miguel Ortiz is a proud member of the Pacuma family and our next honoree. He is reliable, professional, and builds positive relationships with students and staff. His dedication to the safety of our students, staff, and visitors is world-class and highly commendable. Miguel is consistently calm and positive. His work ethic and dedication to his duties are unwavering, modeling positive passion and service on a daily basis. Miguel sets a tone of peace and harmony across the campus. Miguel, thank you so much for your work. Congratulations, Miguel Ortiz. Lanika Goolsby is an outstanding first grade teacher. Lanika has an exceptional work ethic. Her dedication to her students, parents, and team is truly world class. Without a doubt, Lanika sets the bar high and she makes it a personal challenge to create world-class scholars who develop a love for learning. She is flexible, understanding, and has high expectations for herself and her students. Lanika is able to step into any grade level and make amazing things happen. We truly appreciate you and congratulate you. All right, let's hear it for the Pacuma honorees. And now we have come to recognizing Arroyo Valley High School. The Hawks are certainly in the house. Would Principal Bernardo Valenzuela please come forward? Congratulations to Amari Jackson, a junior in Veronica Ramirez's class. Amari is a part of the Teaching Academy where she maintains a 3.93 GPA. She attends Valley College through the Valley Now program. She's an avid student, member of the Key Club, BSU, and Educational Talent Search. That is impressive enough, but ladies and gentlemen, more impressive than that, she is graduating an entire year early. Amari, we look forward to your contributions to the entire Inland Empire as she plans to attend college at Cal State San Bernardino. We know that her mother, Chanel Macon, is very proud. Congratulations, Amari. Our final outstanding student from... Yes, certainly. Our final honoree from Arroyo Valley High School is outstanding student Felix White, who is a senior. Felix was nominated by teacher Jeremiah Newhouse. Felix is taking full advantage of all his academics. He's a member of the Business Academy where he will receive full certification in supply chain and logistics. In addition, he is carrying a full advanced placement schedule that includes AP Physics, AP Government and Economics, AP Calculus, and AP English 4. And this young man is able to achieve all of that while maintaining a 3.71 GPA. Felix shares his love for music as a member of the AVHS Chamber Orchestra. Let's also honor Felix's mother, Alvina White, for everything she's done to support him along the way. Okay, up next we have outstanding parent Yadira Contreras. Yadira has been actively involved in the English Learner Advisory Council for the last 2 years, and she attends her child's on-campus events. Yadira is a very positive person, and she's always looking for solutions to help the Arroyo Valley High School community. We want to thank Yadira's daughter, Emily, for sharing Yadira with us. Okay, at this time let's hear it one more time for Yadira. At this time, we're pleased to honor Bilingual Clerk 1, Jacqueline Hernandez. We're truly honored to have Jacqueline in the Hawk's Nest. She works tirelessly, making sure Arroyo Valley has guest teacher coverage for every classroom, and she fills in for the front desk, the health aides office, the food pantry drives on the weekend, tardy sweeps, and every spur of the moment need that arises at Arroyo Valley High School. Jacqueline always greets people with a friendly hello and a big smile. She does a great job with building relationships, trust, and transparency. We are so glad to have her in the Hawk family. Congratulations to Jacqueline Hernandez. And now would teacher Diane Heft-Rees please come forward? Diane is our final outstanding employee. Diane has been an educator at Arroyo Valley High School for 20 years, basically since the school opened. She has been a special education teacher and now the department chair for special education at Arroyo Valley. She's always building relationships and trust with her department and students. Her positive attitude and commitment to our students make her an exemplary role model and employee. Let's hear it one more time for Diane Heft-Reese. And ladies and gentlemen, these are our Outstanding Achievement Award winners from Arroyo Valley High School. Go Hawks! And at this time, we would like to thank every honoree for making hope happen at SBCUSD. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and our Board of Education. You may now take your seats. And a special thank you goes out to 5th District San Bernardino County Board of Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and the San Bernardino Orchestra, the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra, for their support of this evening's honorees. Audience, please join me in giving them another warm applause. This concludes this evening's Outstanding Award presentations. Have a good evening.
All righty, folks. Well, that was just a fantastic celebration of our student, staff, and our community. Well done to everyone today. We appreciate you and want to say thank you for all that you do. We're going to move on right now to 2.2, a presentation by Mcpherson and Jacobson, Superintendent Search Briefing, and they will be joining us today virtually. Welcome.
Good evening. Oh, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you. But before I start, I just have to say, what an enjoyable last almost an hour of celebrating great kids, great staff, great community. Congratulations on that celebration. Not many districts do what you do, and that is terrific. It's just amazing and awesome. Thank you for doing that. It's quite the joy. Anyway, so thanks tonight, and thank you for this opportunity tonight. What I'd like to do is to talk a little bit about where we are in the search process. And before I start on the PowerPoint presentation, what I'd like to say is just to reiterate where we are. You know, what you do is you hired us to do the recruiting and the search for your next superintendent. And we are actively engaged in that right now. The position is posted on our website. Our 125 consultants across the country are, you know, see that, and they're beginning to look for people who are highly competent and qualified people. As you know, and I've said many times, if I haven't recently said this, the hallmark of our search process is we find people who are a fit for your needs, for the characteristics and qualities that the board and community want in the next superintendent. It's not us. We don't find people to place and place them for you. We present you people who meet your qualifications because our process works because it's about the fit. So we never have any individual or multiple individuals who we consider to be top candidates. We find the people who fit your criteria and bring them to you for you. So it is all about your fit. It's all about your needs. And to that end, we do active recruiting of individuals who we see as potential candidates for you. But in the end, it's about you and your selection of who you find to be the best fit. Now, having said that, and again, thank you for the opportunity. What I'd like to do is to talk about where we are in the search. Can I move the slide forward, please? Thank you. So you should have in front of you the latest version of the draft superintendent search calendar. While we still have a lot of flexibility and can make changes at the direction of the board, we do need to post a timeline to begin the application process. And while it's posted, it's difficult for people to begin to fill out the applications and put them online for us. So if that is an acceptable timeline, and there will be time for a board to weigh in on that draft calendar, you can see we've laid it out for October and the characteristics and qualities that we'll talk about in a bit. We'll talk a little bit about the stakeholder groups. We'll talk a little bit about what we're doing and as far as comparison of salary data and other information. That's in October. Please pardon me, I'm just recovering from COVID, so I still have a little congestion. In November, we'll talk about the SurveyMonkey questions for the stakeholders and for the community, posted online, and the information that we'll get from your stakeholder groups. We'll begin meeting with stakeholders soon, hopefully very soon, and we'll talk about that as well in just a minute. We'll talk to you about a stakeholder meeting update in November at one of your regular meetings, and that will be sort of the summary of what we've seen for the stakeholder meetings, and it will also provide you with all of the raw data that is put into the SurveyMonkey form, except for any profanity or anybody's names, specific names are deleted, but you get the raw data, everything that people put in, you get to see. Our job will be to give you what we see are themes in the stakeholder meetings and the online survey information. Candidate, pardon me, candidate vetting begins after the close of applications, and we've ballparked that for November 30. Takes us about 2 weeks to vet candidates because we try very hard to do a very thorough vetting of people to make sure that they are who they say they are. We go well beyond their references because who's going to put a reference down that's going to say anything negative about you? So we provide you with the candidates that meet your criteria from the candidate pool that has applied. In December, we'll present an executive summary of the stakeholder feedback, and we'll present, and that would hopefully be on the 13th at your regular board meeting. And we presume or would like to present the top candidates to the board on the 14th. That would be after the new board has been seated, and it would be a special meeting in closed session where we would provide you with the data and information on all candidates, plus those that we have found to be the best fit for your current position. In January, we'll talk about board interviews and site visitations, potentially the board officer contract in February, and in March, votes on the contract. So that is the rough calendar, and I can see that they're clicking through the slides for January, February, and March, and I appreciate that. Thank you, folks. I know it's hard because I don't have control of the PowerPoint, but you're doing a great job, and I really appreciate the support your staff has given us. I guess I could stop there for a second. I know I only have 15 minutes, but Mr. President, do you have any questions, or are there questions from the board that I might be able to answer?
Thank you, Dr. Louder, for being here, first of all, this evening, and for the presentation, and, keeping us on schedule in regards to our timeline. It looks like I do have a question coming from Board Member Dr. Flores, please.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Wyatt, on October 25th, I'm not available. And Mr. Tillman, are you available? Next Tuesday? Yeah.
I should be out of town next Tuesday.
Okay, if the board has alternate dates that we can work with, if you could just get them to us, that would be great. We'd appreciate that. We were hoping for the 25th, but certainly we're flexible and able to work with your availability. We would really prefer that all board members be present. It's very important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and yes, I would agree, Dr. Louder, we want to have the entire board available if possible. Vice President Tillman?
So that meeting that you were going to schedule for the 25th, what's supposed to take place at that meeting?
So what we're going to do is we're going to confirm the characteristics, qualities, and experiences of the next superintendent. It's a critical part of the process. What we do is those drive the entire process, from the application process to what the candidates write in their applications, to the questions that we help you with for your interviews. So it is really a core to the entire process. Having said that, we need a core set of those. And if there's a new board that's seated in December and they would like to modify and add, we certainly are able to do that. But to begin the application process, we would really like to have the majority of those characteristics and qualities. And if there are, I know there are 3 board members who have taken the survey, online survey, as part of this process. If you get online, you will be able to see the kinds of things that we're looking for. And they could be things like approachability, clear communication skills, written and oral, verbal. It could be, for example, some districts like people who have expertise in curriculum and instruction, or in bonds, or in construction. So it really depends on what the particular needs of the district are.
Right, and excuse me, but I asked the question because, we have an election on the 8th. We actually have 4 seats open. We know for sure we're going to have 1 new board member after the 8th. The board member wouldn't have to, or whoever is elected after the election, if they're not on the board already, they wouldn't have to be seated and sworn in to participate. So we've had in the past where a board member elect is able to participate in these functions. And the timing is all based on making sure that whoever the board is after the 8th has input. So I would just suggest, if you're going to postpone a date on the 25th, if it's close to the November the 8th, I would just suggest that you schedule it after the 8th. And that, of course, other board members have to agree with that, but because that way we could have the board members who are going to be on the board for sure participate.
We can. That's a great point, and I appreciate that. I do believe, and I'm not sure your particular county's practice, but normally it takes about 2 weeks after the election to be certified. And so that would postpone it after the 8th by at least 2 weeks.
I'm looking for the obvious elections.
Okay.
You don't have to wait for certification if you know for sure someone is elected. Yes. Now, if it happens like what happened to Abigail and they were 10 votes down or 100 votes down, then we would wait. But if it's an obvious conclusion, I think we would. It would benefit us, and normally it is.
And at the discretion of the board, if there are people who appear to be elected and you're waiting certification, you could certainly invite them into a a study session and have them participate in the process. That's certainly an option of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Any other comments by board members or concerns? Dr. Dowdy Rogers?
So I know at the beginning he mentioned timelines or something for the candidates. So I just want to be clear on pushing back. What are we doing? Can you talk to that again? What you initially said and why you wanted to do it sooner than later?
Are we talking, is your question about the characteristics and qualities?
You wanted to have a meeting.
Yes. So the reason that we would like to have, pardon me, a meeting with the board to discuss the characteristics and qualities is that it is the core of the whole process. It drives the applicants. It drives our ability to vet and sort based on experiences and skill sets. And it's really about fit. So the sooner we can come up with the criteria and the skills and experiences for the next superintendent, the quicker we can get into the process. And the better the applications are going to be for the board and for the district.
Well, can I ask you this question? You mentioned that you don't have all of the surveys. Is that delaying anything, not having that? Because those questions were surrounding board characteristics for the superintendent.
That's correct. That survey that we sent out, the link to the survey that we sent out to the board would be the beginning of that process.
I guess I'm now saying to the board, we need to get in what we need to get in as well. So whoever doesn't have it in, I know I did it. So I don't remember. I don't remember when they sent it out, but I did it. So we have to make sure we stay on our own timeline so that we don't delay what needs to happen further. And frankly, the importance of this is this board right now. I can't predict the future, what may or may not happen, but our input right now is important.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Dr. Flores?
That was my point, a clarification on the survey. I just saw the request, so I have not done it, but I was very busy today and didn't have time to do it. But I will, do it tonight or tomorrow and submit it. I needed a time for that. So when is it due? As soon as possible?
Yes, Dr. Flores, thank you for that. As soon as the board can do that, it would be very helpful. We would love to have it sooner than later, but if you could do it potentially by the end of the week, that would be very, very helpful.
I get tons of emails, and Karen sent us a text to remind us, and so I went into my email to look, and I go, oh my God, I missed that. So, but anyway, I will do it as soon as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. I understand that the board is extremely busy, and it's quite easy to overlook.
Thank you, thank you, Dr. Flores. Anybody else on the board before I make comments? Ms. Rosales Medina, Ms. Ceballos. I want to make sure you have an opportunity this evening. Oh, we have Dr. Louder here. No? Ms. Ceballos, okay.
Oh, thank you. So I guess I'm just a little confused also on the timeline and the recommendations. Did you, for the meeting on October 25th, that meeting was just to further solidify the qualities? Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
So based on the survey that you sent, that was the initial, and then that meeting would kind of sharpen that a little bit more because we'd actually get to discuss and dialogue opposed to just submitting a survey. Okay.
Yes.
And pushing that back, I guess if I heard correctly from Mr. Tillman, you're suggesting that that meeting gets pushed back until after November 8th? Is that correct?
I only brought it up because Dr. Flores clarified that I won't be here, and she said she won't be here for the meeting.
So then the suggestion was to push till after November 8th? Was
Well,
that?
I just assume they're going to reschedule it. I don't know when they're going to reschedule it.
Okay, so we don't have to have a special board meeting on a Tuesday, right? We could have it any day of the week. So, I mean, I don't see why we can't have it before the 8th. That would be my suggestion. Just to, again, just initiate the process. You did mention that whoever comes in new will also get that opportunity to provide their inputs on the qualities that they're searching for, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and I see Ms. Rosales Medina is now have her light on. Good, thank you.
For me, it really, I would love to give my input, but at the same time, I know that, our seats, are not solid. So it's an election, so that, our input, I wouldn't mind having that sooner, but I do want to make sure all the board members are there. But would it be fair for the next group if there are new board members that wouldn't input? So maybe we can try to work around that. Maybe have, if there are new board members, have them also input something afterwards and be included as well.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Vice President Tillman.
When we initiated this process, we asked that the process move as quickly as possible, but stop at the point where it was going to require board input, because I thought we said the timeline was to ensure that whoever the new board is that is seated will in the end decide who the next superintendent is. Now, of course, the board doesn't have to wait. We could have hired somebody before the new board is seated. That's happened in the past. I just thought there was consensus of the board to wait till after the election to allow that board that's seated to select the next superintendent. And I think we all would agree, as board members, if a board member was not going to be able to participate, then we wouldn't even schedule the meeting. So you know that you're going to have at least one new board member selected after the 8th. So to me, why would you schedule something a couple days before that? It could happen on the 8th that whoever the new board members are is clear, and then you schedule the meeting after the 8th to ensure you get the input for a very important process with the new board, because I think it benefits the district as a whole as soon as possible to make sure you get the board members who are going to be here after the 8th involved in the process, so that we make a good selection and we start building that relationship as a total board moving forward with the all new board members. Now, of course, it's just we can decide on our own if that's important or not, but I would suggest that we wait till after the 8th and not schedule. We're already on this October the 18th, and it was scheduled for the 25th. You only have a few days between then, so why wouldn't you wait till after the 8th? That's my thought.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. And for myself, I obviously want to stick as closely to the timeline that we've presented to the community. I think that's really important that we do so and honor the process and honor what we've said. I definitely hear what folks are saying about, obviously the election is very close and it could have an impact on the makeup of our board. And so if that were to change, I would definitely, as Dr. Louder said, have any potential new board members give their input as well. What I do ask of the board, though, is that we establish a hard deadline of this Friday that we get the survey done. It is a quick survey. It doesn't take that long. I believe it's about 5 or 6 questions. Some of it's open-ended as well. If you take a look at it, you probably could even complete it tonight on your phone if you wanted. But it is important that we get those baseline criteria that we would expect, we're looking for in regards to qualifications and characteristics of what we would hope from and expect from our future superintendent. So that'd be the first piece we definitely need to get done. In regards to having a special board meeting for further discussion and to review the criteria and characteristics that we've put into the survey and then build upon that. Dr. Louder, I will defer back to you and say, okay, if we were to wait till after the election of November 8th, how much of a crunch would that put on our timeline and your staff? Because that now is setting us back probably about, I'm going to say 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it's 2 to 3 weeks. So what we can do is this as an alternative, or at least a suggestion to the board. If the board finishes the survey by the end of the week, we can get that back to the board and say, here are the preliminary characteristics and qualities that the board has selected. And then we can run with that if we have direction from the board. And then, pardon me, as soon as we can meet after the November 8th election, then we can refine that, and then we can repost that as the finalized list of characteristics and qualities, and we can work with that.
Okay, I'd like to see what the board thinks of that and that recommendation. Any concerns or criticism of that? You know, Dr. Louder, I just want to emphasize, if we could stick to our timeline, again, I want to be very clear about that we, keep to what we said we would do in regards to our timeline and interviewing in January and hiring a superintendent at that point. All right, Dr. Dowdy Rogers?
I just want to say, yes, I do agree with that, but I do want, just for the public's sake, like, we're not stopping business and trying to figure out what's going to happen in 2 to 3 weeks. We did agree that the process will continue based on Mcpherson and our conversation that we had with them. We initiated it, and we just keep going. And then whatever adjustments that needs to be made after the 8th, we worry about them then. But we're the Board of Education right now, and we have made a decision, and so we need to move forward with that and get our surveys in.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. I appreciate the feedback from everyone. And Dr. Louder, it sounds like we have direction and expectation. So please let us know on Monday. We should have all survey results done by Friday afternoon. If we don't, then we'll make sure to contact those individuals to get it done, please. And
Yes.
We'll take a look at what feedback we've given, compile that, and then present to the board as soon as possible.
That's outstanding. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate
right.
that.
Thank you again for your time, and we'll be talking soon. Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Let me just quickly, I'm sorry.
Sorry, if we're not done, let me keep going, all right?
Number 4 is another important piece that as we move the process forward, what we would like to do is this. There are a group of traditional stakeholders that we can begin to set up meetings with and begin to ask the questions that we ask of all stakeholders and staff.
Point of order, Mr. Dane? Dr. Louder, just point of order, because I want to make sure we stay consistent. At our last meeting, it was determined we weren't going to use the term stakeholder. The new term is?
Educational partners.
Educational partners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. That's the term we use, and it's a standard term. I stand corrected. The traditional educational partner groups would be, for example, your SBTA, your CSEA, your CWA, your guest teachers, the police officers, SPOA, Student Leadership Advisory Council, the management team. Those are the core of the traditional educational partners. Other groups might include your CAC, your DAAC, your DAC, your DLAC, and your SPAC. There may be other groups as well. And as the new board, or this board or the new board, whichever, would like to add groups to this process, we are going to be flexible enough to do that. But to keep the process rolling, we would at least like to begin to set up meetings with that traditional educational partner group that I had outlined. So we would like direction on that, please.
All righty, Dr. Louder, thank you again. And also thank you to Vice President Tillman for pointing out for the point of order and clarification. I would also ask the same on any given literature that we're presented with, any particular memos or flyers that we put out, that'd be corrected. And, you know, especially we're doing a resolution this evening about National Native American Heritage Month. So we want to make sure we honor our folks in our community and be as respectful as possible. All righty, is there additional section there, Dr. Lauder? I don't want to cut you off again. I apologize. So
No,
make sure.
the only, the last thing, and again, it's just something that is part of the process. The district has submitted a 2022 salary survey that lists the current salary for your district at $340,200. And we would like direction about how we could post that in the advertising, which is a critical part of the process. We might say salary is in the range of 340,000, competitive and negotiable. But again, that's at board direction.
Board, I will look for questions or comment or clarification. I have heard from Vice President Tillman. He is okay with that.
Could you restate it again, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Flores. Based on the salary comparison survey that the district has provided, it listed the current salary as $340,200. And we need direction from the board so we can post something in the advertising. And the example would be that I'm providing tonight is salary is in the range of $340,000, competitive and negotiable.
All right, I'm looking around.
You may as well, I'm assuming you're going to add plus benefits?
I actually
Yes.
would go along the lines of salary in the range of 340,000. Total compensation will be competitive and negotiable.
Total.
Yes, sir.
You bet.
And I think we have consensus on that.
Thank you.
Yes, we do, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And then do we have direction as well to begin meeting or setting up meetings for the educational partner groups?
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm sorry I went over, but this has been extremely helpful and the process is beginning to run very smoothly. And we appreciate the support of the board and the staff, by the way. Your staff has been extremely helpful.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lauder. I think a few extra minutes right now is extremely important to the overall big picture. We do appreciate your time and hope you feel a little bit better. Get some water there for that cough. So,
Thank you very much.
all right,
I'm
good.
getting-
Good to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, we will move on to 2.3, resolution recognizing November as National Diabetes Awareness Month and World Diabetes Day, and it will be Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you. Whereas the month of November is National Diabetes Awareness Month and November 14th is World Diabetes Day, and whereas diabetes is an epidemic in the United States and the world, a chronic, life-threatening medical condition that affects people of all ages and ethnicities, and ranks as the 7th leading cause of death in the United States, and whereas an estimated 34 million Americans, or about 1 in 10, have diabetes, and about 84 million Americans have prediabetes. An estimated 537 million adults worldwide are living with diabetes. And whereas about 283,000 Americans under age 20 are estimated to have been diagnosed with diabetes, with an increase of 45% from 2001 to 2017, with type 1 diabetes and a 95% increase with type 2 diabetes. And whereas with awareness, proper management, and treatment, adults and children with diabetes can live healthy, productive lives. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes November 2022 as National Diabetes Awareness Month and November 14th as World Diabetes Day, and encourages activities that raise diabetes awareness and prevention designed to educate employees, students, families, and community on ways to prevent diabetes and the warning signs and symptoms so that it may be diagnosed early and treated effectively. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Any discussion?
Yes.
Dr. Flores?
I want to take the opportunity to thank our staff and health aides and our nurses for being there for our children who receive daily doses of insulin. And it's very important, and just want to give them our gratitude for their service and keeping our kids healthy and our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, for acknowledging our staff. We appreciate that. All right, it's been motioned and properly second. Any other further discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll go ahead and move on to 2.4, resolution and recognition of November as National Native American Heritage Month, and there'll be Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina.
Thank you, President Dr. Wyatt. Whereas in 2009, President Barack Obama issued a proclamation designating November as National Native American Heritage Month, also commonly referred to as American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month. And whereas the month is a time to celebrate the rich and diverse cultures, traditions, and histories, and to acknowledge the important contributions of the people who were the first inhabitants of what we now call, what is now the United States. And whereas Native Americans are not a single nation, but include a variety of nations, diverse cultures, traditions, languages, and distinct histories that make up part of the fabric of the United States of America. And whereas Native Americans have made distinct and important contributions to the United States and the rest of the world in many fields, including agriculture, medicine, music, language, and art, and have distinguished themselves as inventors, entrepreneurs, spiritual leaders, and scholars. And whereas there are approximately 6 million American Indians and Alaskan Natives living in the U.S., with 574 federally recognized tribes, more than 100 state-recognized tribes across the United States, with California, Arizona, and Oklahoma to the largest number of Native Americans. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District does hereby declare November 2022 as National Native American Heritage Month and honors the great achievements and contributions of Native Americans and their ancestors, and encourages educational leaders in our district and throughout the region to involve their schools in exploring the cultures and histories of the native peoples of this land and integrate those studies across the curriculum. So
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Dr. Flores?
Yes. In honor of our Native students in our district, it's been a long time, Board, since we've gotten an update on the status of where they are in terms of their academic achievement, their curriculum, and also we haven't heard about the priorities and needs that they would like. So I would respectfully request that our Mrs. Applegates, and that's under you, Educational Services, that maybe in November, in honor of them, I know the first is too soon, but maybe the second board meeting, that we could have Sindra come and give us a presentation, and also that we honor them at that time as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Duly noted. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification on, I know we put off our academic update. And those numbers, I hope, would include everyone. So is that coming sooner than later? I know there was something about we were waiting, but do we have our numbers now?
We have the numbers, are just not official because the state needs to have a release date where we can make them official. And so I'm hearing that that's coming in November. And so we're anticipating that so that we can
So
present them.
November, that is when, okay. That was what I wanted to know.
No, thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. And yes, I'm sure we'll be looking at all our different subgroups and demographics of student achievement to be able to recognize where we have areas that may need improvement and support. But I wouldn't mind a presentation, though, by them and Cinder and her team. They do amazing work, and they also do, was it family night? What do we call that night? And how often is that? How often?
Yeah, she does have monthly family nights
is
where
monthly,
they involve
okay.
in different activities, but we've also had large Native American breakfasts, we've had some recognitions, the graduation, which all of those were amped up pretty much this year, so.
All right.
So
Now,
we'll
thank
bring
you,
a
Ms.
report on that.
Applegate, and, I'd encourage us to attend one of those if you can. They have great activities and cultural activities that they do as well. I know I got to do tying of sage, so it was pretty fun. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 2.5, resolution in recognition of National School Psychology Week. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Put my glasses on. Okay. Public content. Whereas good mental health is critical to children's success in school, with research demonstrating students who receive social, emotional, and mental health support attain higher levels of achievement. And whereas school psychologists deliver mental health services to help prevent or reduce the immediate and long-term effects of children's mental and behavioral health problems. And whereas school psychologists are uniquely qualified members of the school community and crucial to helping students overcome barriers to learning and success. And whereas the National Association of School Psychologists 2022 theme is Together We Shine, which is derived from how the National Association sees hope after several challenging years created by the pandemic, economic stress, and attitudes about social justice. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins the California Department of Education in recognizing November 7th through 11th, 2022 as National School Psychology Week and acknowledges the vital role that school psychologists play in students' personal and academic development. So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Dr. Flores?
I'd like to salute our board member, as school psychologist, Mayra Ceballo, for her work and contribution as a school psychologist. I don't think many of our public know that, but their role is very important, especially now. Our kids are in great need, and they work overtime and help not only the children, but also the teachers and also the families. So, and also the staff, the entire staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and that was definitely a nice thank you to Ms. Ceballos, our local school psychologist. And I will say I'm very fortunate to work with some outstanding school psychologists as well over at county schools. So let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll go ahead and move on to 3.0, public comments. 3.1, receive public comments. And let me go ahead and read this here. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Once the board adjourns into closed session, in-person submission for public comments will no longer be accepted. All righty, we'll go ahead and go to our public comments. And our first public comment is, looks like Mr. Cameron Keel. Welcome, Mr. Keel.
Good afternoon to the board and everybody here. Dang, it was a great day today, you know, with all the awards being shown to all the children and all the administrators. It was blissful. I enjoyed that, especially as a parent. But unfortunately, I have to bring a dark cloud. Now, my child is a senior at San Gregorio High School. We have had an ongoing problem with a teacher there that has been sharing some unflattering, very discriminatory comments, her worries and objectives towards a whole lot of our students. I am a firm proprietor of the First Amendment right. Everybody can say what you want to. I defend that. We all have our own mind. Say what you feel what you say. That's what I believe. But when your First Amendment right starts to come into infringe upon, you know, the right policies upon being a teacher and an educator to our children, that's when I have a problem. So I was actually shared something by my daughter that was taken from a history teacher from their Google Classroom. End quote. Stand up for yourself. There's a never-ending supply of white men who will appear when you need them. Some will protect you. Some sons will build the system out, work on bridges, and new game-changing ideas. The truth is, we all have something very special that God has given us the right to lead. A really clean life. Don't do drugs, never do those. Work hard, learn a skill that is key. Do it and show your people the true light. To be white is forever, and to be forever being a good man. Thank you. That's from a history teacher to a classroom in Google Docs of majority Black and Hispanic children. What am I supposed to say to my child? How am I supposed to defend a teacher's right to her First Amendment when you are blatantly being discriminatory against my child and her classmates? Now, this isn't the first time, because this teacher, Ms. Shannon Bowman, apparently has done this also at San Bernardino High School. Now, this is a problem that has been going on for the last 2 years. San Gregorio High School administration has lacked to do anything. They said they're holding internal investigations about it and to please hold off. My question is, why is anything being done? Why are students basically almost to the point where they're fearful to even go to our class? Now, that's just one thing. There are numerous other things that get a little bit more outlandish that I will not present to the board today, because honestly, in due diligence, children are recording these, because yet these are children. And we always take into account that children are not all knowing. Us as adults are here to guide them, especially as administrators and educators, as I assume that everybody on the board is, correct? So therefore, when you present these certain ideas to children, to palatable and manipulate their minds in certain ways of feeling an inferiority disorder to the smallest extent, and to know that with your actions towards students over the time, knowing that you might have slighted grades. Now, when children go to college, they look at these grades. Say a C to an A and B student could drop their grade point average from a 3.9 to a 3.5. That right there will determine the type of scholarships that they'll get from the universities. Am I correct? So how many people has this lady affected? How many ripples down the line has she actually caused in the pond? Who says, like we were speaking about bullying earlier, correct? Who says that a bully from a teacher, somebody that you can't fight back, you know, some kids, as I was, you know, we could talk about it outside. You're not going to do that to a teacher. So when you're constantly bullied, especially by your educator, by the person you're supposed to look up to, by the person that you're getting knowledge from, what are you supposed to do? If nobody's here to speak for them, I'm going to speak for them, not just my child, but for all the children that have to go through it. It's not fair. And I put that upon the board, and I trust your guys' opinion. I haven't been here in years, but I do appreciate if you guys will be able to look into this, because honestly, I have lost all faith in the administration at San Gregorio High School. And that is my time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Kill. Dr. Funches?
Mr. Kill, if you can hold on for a second. I'm Marcus Sanchez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. I did want to assure you that we take all these matters seriously, and we'll make sure that we look into it immediately. We do have our director here, Ms. Dionne Clark from Human Resources, who will take a moment to speak to you right outside the door, and we will make sure that we look into this immediately, sir, and follow up with you as well, okay?
Appreciate you guys.
Mr. Kill, we do have a number of
No,
lights
no,
on,
no
which means
further.
you...
I have no further. I just
Oh.
wanted to, what he said is what I was going to ask.
Okay.
Thank you so much for acknowledging that, and thank you for coming.
Mr. Kill, we still do have a couple other lights on, so that usually means we have a question for you. So,
Yes.
Dr. Flores.
Yes,
It's not a question, it's just thank you for coming and bringing that to our attention. And like Dr. Funches said, he will take care of it, and Ms. Clark will also take information. And we take it seriously, sir. And, you know, we all have children, and we know that we have to get to the bottom of it. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina?
My clarifying question is more, because I've always had issues just looking at certain social media posts and then finding out if there's anything that we can do there. But definitely when it comes into classroom materials or anything that has to do within school sites and certain biases we have to tackle. So I do appreciate you bringing this forward. Sometimes people think we know everything that's going on. I think it's important for parents to know that it's good that they do come to the board meeting and share this with us as well. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Vice President Tillman.
Thank you for coming out. And
Thank you, sir.
We'll make sure we look into it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Kill. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, Ms. Clark's back there. Mr. Kill, thank you again for being here this evening. We appreciate your comments. Thank you. All righty, was that it for in-person public comments? Do we have any virtual public comments?
Yes, we do.
All righty, Ms. Cunningham, who do we have?
Okay, the first one is Manuel Zavala. If you're available, please unmute now.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Zavala.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Manuel Zavala, and I'm an alumni of San Bernardino City Unified School District and founder of an organization called Student Hires. Student Hires submitted a bid earlier this year in response. And to give you a bit of background on our bid, our best value package ultimately offered comprehensive before and after school program services for 1,300 students within San Bernardino City Unified School District. In addition, this best value package actually offered a complimentary virtual tutoring and mentoring package, which allowed all students to receive a certain number of hours each month to meet with a one-on-one tutor or mentor. In July, we received a notice that our bid was deemed non-responsive because of two reasons. Number one, we offered the virtual tutoring and mentoring, which was considered outside of the scope of the before and after school site services. And number two, because we have limited experience in providing supervision and management of before and after school programs. Now, number two, I definitely can see why that may have been considered a factor. So to give you a background on Student Hires as an organization, we actually launched our pilot after school program in October of last year. We started with 54 students, and since then, on an elementary school site, we have actually grown our enrollment to over 200 students, which is encapsulating at least 1/3 of the student population on that campus. Keep in mind, this number is continuing to grow, and by the end of the year, we do fully expect to service more than half of the population within that campus. And due to the overwhelming amount of positive support that we've received from families, honestly, they haven't seen anything like what we have to offer. And this enrollment volume is actually the highest of any provider within the district we are serving, and that includes providers of 20+ years. Now, I gotta be honest, I can admit I was pretty upset that we were disqualified due to those factors. But as an organization, we are committed to creating and connecting students with valuable job opportunities. While these students might not have an extensive amount of experience, More often than not, they're just looking for a chance to be able to get that experience and to prove the value that they have to offer. In your last budget workshop, your board members stressed the importance of bringing in comprehensive programs that are producing on student outcomes, engaging families, and increasing the academic outlook for the students within your community. Our program hires local college and university students who are interested in becoming educators to provide a pipeline of teachers for your district. It is comprehensive and gives students access to a wide range of opportunities, including CTE skills in a couple of different areas, including computer science, cybersecurity, and more importantly, allowing students to develop foundational skills that are often overlooked. We'll continue to grow this after-school program and deliver an overwhelming amount of value to our families so that our lack of experience is considered in the future. Again, my name is Manuel Zavala, and I would like to invite each of you to check out our program in the future and see how we are leveraging the power of a student-powered workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Zavala. And we do have, it looks like a question from Dr. Flores, so I hope you're still there.
Mr. Zavala, are you local? Are you from San Bernardino?
Yeah, I grew up in San Bernardino. I currently reside in Moreno Valley, and then I went to University of California, Riverside for my bachelor's degree, but my family still lives in San Bernardino County.
And can you clarify what distinguishes your after-school program? Is it just after school or is it before also?
The current program that we offer is purely after school. Because of the RFP, we were expanding into the before school services as well. But the number one thing that has distinguished us from other providers is honestly the fact that we care about the people that we are serving. When you truly care about the people that you are serving, you will do everything in your power to provide an insane amount of value to those families. For us, that means taking in their input to every facet of our program, whether that be them lending input onto the clubs that we offer, such as cybersecurity club, Spanish club, honestly give them more value for their education. And keep in mind, this is all in addition to the regular requirements of an after-school program. Most after-school programs will provide the program leaders and provide, a typical service and provide some level of instruction, but they don't necessarily branch.
Oops. You dropped. We lost the last part of it, of what you said.
I was just saying that with some providers, they don't necessarily branch out into every single aspect that many districts are currently looking for, such as these career technical education fields and computer science. But we're always just working with parents to come up with these programs that they are looking to implement.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Rodriguez, are we accepting other RFPs soon or?
Yes, it'll open up again, and so because of the capacity that they have as a new vendor, they may consider putting in an RFP for an enrichment vendor that's really focused on high school with the cybersecurity and some of the other things that they mentioned. So that would probably be a possibility for them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zavala. I love your energy.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And then we have a question from Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Yes, I just wanted clarification. Are you in our district when you refer to the one of the campus of 1/3, or is that no? Is that another school?
No, that is another school district, which is about 30 minutes away.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
Yeah, essentially, I was going to ask the same thing. I think we have an ongoing open enrollment for RFPs, but Dr. Rodriguez had already answered that. So I encourage you to reapply. We do have additional funding, not just our district, additional districts. And, from what I've been hearing, we do need providers. We do need after-school personnel, staff. And so, yeah, don't get discouraged.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. And Mr. Zavala, I'd like to say thank you as well. Great to see one of our former San Bernardino Unified School District students doing well and giving back to the community. So we look forward to your next proposal. Have a great evening.
Thank you all.
Ms. Cunningham, do we have any more?
Yes, I do. Our next speaker is Mrs. Negretti. If you'll please unmute.
Good evening, Ms. Negretti. Welcome. You hear us, Ms. Negretti? All right, if you're there, we cannot hear you at this time. All righty, let's see if we can get a hold of her. If not, we could go to the next virtual comment if there is another and see if we could connect with her.
That's our last one for public comments.
All righty, thank you, Ms. Cunningham. And if Mr. Grady happens to come back here in the next few minutes, we want to ensure that we give her the opportunity to make a public comment. It does look like she was on there waiting. So, all righty, we will move on to 4.0, closed session. 4.1, closed session public comments.
I have one public comment for that. It's Latoya with CSEA, I believe. Please unmute.
All right, welcome, Latoya. Good to see you this evening.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Board President Dr. Wyatt, Board members, Administrator in charge, and all those in attendance. My name is Latoya Smith, Chief Steward and Chairperson for CSEA Chapter 183. I come before you today just to provide you an update on our negotiations. Currently, CSEA and SBCSD have made some progress, and we have come to a tentative agreement on 4 articles. However, we still are negotiating a couple of items, one being the salary increase. There was an interesting question that was asked recently, which was, why did everyone get the same wage offer? And the district's answer was, because that's been happening for years. So then the next question that was asked is, but why can't it be changed when the need is different? And the district answer was, because that's how the board has done it for years. Now, we don't think of the board as being complacent or disconnected, or even having a fear of new method ideas or change. We actually believe that our board can do and will do what's best and fair for their employees by having an innovative mindset, which can include unconventional thinking. Now, in CSEA's case, we are looking to the board to assist with fixing the wrong of the district. As we have stated before, the issue we're having due to the minimum wage change should have been addressed, negotiated in January. Instead, there was a Band-Aid or a temporary hasty remedy that was implemented, and now this particular issue is being merged together as one. Now, we want to clarify. Currently, the lowest salary pay in the district is $15.84. Our greatest concern is that if CSEA accepts the district's current offer, a person who is applying for a position will see, or if they're coming in as a new hire, can make less than the $15.84. I mean, I'm sure you'll all agree that this goes definitely against trying to attract the highest quality staff to serve our students. So tonight, your team is going to bring you our most recent proposal, and we feel confident that it meets the parameters of the board as well as the classified workers. We'll acknowledge that both sides have worked very hard on this article, and we believe that the result of our collaboration will be an elegant solution to definitely a complicated problem. We want to always, as usual, thank you for all your continued support. We definitely appreciate it, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Always a pleasure. Let me make sure and look if we have any questions for you. All right, we do not. So you have a wonderful evening, and again, it's good to see you. All righty, Ms. Cunningham, I believe that was it for closed session public comments.
Could you hear me now?
Oh, there we go. And Ms. Negretti is here. Good evening, Ms. Negretti. We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. This was regarding the general public comment. And my concerns are that I see on the agenda too many contracts without seeing anything that's going to benefit the schools regarding safety, regarding improvement, and such as fences. I've asked for security at the elementary schools, and this is just nowhere to be found in agenda after agenda. However, in the agenda, you do have a contract for Kevin Gordon for Capital Advisors Group for $192,700 per year. When I look into capital advisors, it looks like at some point there were some conflicts in other school districts. And so I'm wondering if the same conflict could be something that it's happening or could happen here if you approve the contract. And looking at the contract, it's almost like it's a done deal because the contract is to be starting tomorrow. So is there really a point for anyone to give any public comment? However, when it comes to capital advisors, there was the concern regarding California Education Code violation, which already took place with another school district that contracted them. And so when I see that there's contracts, such hefty contracts for themselves, and they're not the only contract. I also saw that ACOMA, who I brought to your attention, that was one of the CAPS programs that was not recommended for recontracting, has an amendment that's going to double what they're receiving. So now they would almost be at 600,000 for just ACOMA by itself. Back a few years ago, when there was a theft of keys for Janet King, you implemented a security guard at the Board of Ed. So why is it that decisions are not being made based on the needs for the kids' safety, but yet we're seeing these contracts that's being amended, new contracts, new positions? You know, a few past meetings ago, you had complimented Dr. Sanchez for being able to do the job of 2. But yet now that you have filled those positions, you're also creating additional positions. It's just somewhat redundant that we continue to ask for measures that improve the safety of schools, but we don't see it happening. So I would like to ask that before you approve additional contracts, before you amend someone's contract to increase their funding, that you put forward safety measures at schools, that you improve the chain links, that you provide security for elementary schools, and put a halt to these new contracts and the new positions, the amendments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Agretti. We appreciate your comment. All righty, Ms. Cunningham, was that our final public comment and virtual comment? All right, I believe we have one more public comment. Good evening.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, Board, all the members of the Cabinet. I just couldn't sit there without coming up and making a statement, because I think that the statement should have been made by possibly the Director of CAPS to state why that amendment is necessary and on the agenda tonight. And it is there because there was a major, major fiscal accounting error. And luckily our accountant caught it, because we've already had gone through 4 payroll cycles of paying the staff to be able to be on campus just to serve the scholars of this district, and that error had not been caught. But luckily, again, our accountant and treasurer did catch it, and it is a major error. And I'm very concerned about the error. I know the errors are made, but it's a very large number. So I cannot allow that comment to go, contested, to state so that the community also understands this is not ACOMA coming back to ask for any more funds for this to be amended. It is being amended because the contract that you agreed on and all voted for, the accounting was not done correctly. And we have been diligent in paying out our staff to make sure that they are on the job every single day. But that means that the accounting on the other side does need to be correct. And I would appreciate it if the board, someone would make that statement and make it very, very clear to the community as to why and what has happened here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Calvin. We do have a couple lights up here, which means we probably have a couple questions for you. And I believe we will start with Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Councilwoman Calvin, for bringing that.
I'm Kimberly Calvin, here, Executive Director of ACOMA Unity Center today.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Ms. Calvin. for clarifying. I also asked that question earlier, and I'd like Dr. Rodriguez clarified it for me. And she made that very same statement that you just made, that it was a clerical error. And that's why it's on the agenda. But thank you for bringing that forward to the public. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yeah, I was kind of confused, and I was going to actually pull it because I have a question. So I guess we can wait until then, but it's not written within the language, and that's what's confusing, because then I see the contract that says 2023, which doesn't make sense with what she's mentioning, that it's back pay. So if we can, well, I guess we'll talk about it during that.
We
Yes.
will
So I just
discuss it
wanted
at
to
that time.
make sure that we talk about that.
Yes, but thank you. Dr. Daddy Rogers?
That's my question too, because we're clarifying it now. We want the public to be clear on what exactly we're saying, right? It's a conversation we're having, but we need to say what it is. So if we're going to do that during that time, right, because there's some confusion there. So thank you, Ms. Calvin, for coming.
Thank
Right.
you.
And that would be right. And Dr. Flores, we're going to, point of order, Dr. Flores.
As I was finishing saying,
Thank
it sounds
you.
like, just for clarity, that when we get to that item, that's when we will, thank you.
I agree, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos is next, and then Dr. Flores.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And, you know, it is really concerning to hear that such major clerical error occurred. And so I would like for us to also ask, you know, because is it just a one-time occurrence? Like, what's, you know, happening? Are there potentially other errors? So if we, as a board, can, you know, look into that a little bit more, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Flores?
I agree with Dr. Dowdy Rogers. You know, we're dealing with it right now, and I know it's an item on the consent agenda, but just out of respect, I think we should clarify it now, because we are going to vote on it. So I would appreciate
Dr. Flores,
clarification.
thank you, but
Yeah.
this is not the time in our board meeting that
It
we would
isn't?
discuss it or
Oh,
clarify
it
it.
isn't? Oh, it has to be
Yes,
during
ma'am.
the item. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We'll
Okay,
have time
point
at consent.
Okay, all right.
Item 10.33.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Calvin. Appreciate the clarification. All righty, Ms. Cunningham, are there any other possible public comments?
No, that is all.
All right, thank you very much. And I just want to acknowledge our folks from SBTA today. I see them here in the house with their red shirts, and for your patience with us. I know you're here with us and at our meeting, and that is time out of your day and away from your family. So again, we appreciate you being here, as well as others that are here in the audience today. We will now go into closed session. There are no other closed session public comments. And so I will close open session, and we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Alrighty, folks. Oop. Okay, maybe it's going to work. All right, folks, we'll go ahead and reconvene open session. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We'll go ahead and do the report out on closed session items 5.1. There is no action on 5.1. 5.2, there's no action on 5.2. 5.3, expulsion of students. Let me move on to that. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's findings of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 5.4. All right, be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders the suspension or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board policy rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 5.5. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the following students will recommend for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they are recommended for expulsion, expulsion is not granted.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. 5.6, petition to expund, rescind, or modify youth court or expulsion. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorize expulsion and or youth court modification, expungement, or rescinding of the following students with the identification number as indicated below to schools of the San Marino Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Move on to 5.7, other closed session action. There is no other closed session action. Move on to 6.0, reports by union organization. 6.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
No report.
Okay, no report. Thank you very much. 6.2, California School Employees Association.
No report.
No report, as we heard from the back. 6.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
I hear an echo. No report. 6.4, San Bernardino Police, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. All right, no report. 4 for 4. Sounds great. 7.0, reports and presentations. 7.1, athletic strategic plan presentation. And Dr. Funch is going to make a comment real quick.
Thank you. Just before you jump in, Mr. Buckner, I did want to just make sure that I said a few things about our esteemed board here and their direction. So a short time ago, board, you set and developed plans to create world-class athletics facilities and sports opportunities for our scholars. You not only set bold outcomes, You removed excuses and barriers for our scholars, and you provided the necessary resources to build excellent athletics programs across the district so that our scholars could compete. And what you're going to hear tonight, board, you'll receive an update on the district's progress of those bold outcomes that you set from our wonderful staff, our excellent athletic directors, our directors and staff. Thank you very much. And you'll be able to see some of your decisions and your goals coming to fruition. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Buckner now and the team for this update on the strategic athletic plan or athletic strategic plan. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, first time. So just want to say thank you, Board President Dr. Wyatt, Board Vice President Mr. Tillman, and Administrator in Charge Dr. Funches, and all the board members, cabinet members, for the opportunity to speak about the Athletic Strategic Sports Plan. I want to thank you for your support that you've provided over the last 7 years. It has been invaluable to the SBCUSD sports program. And I want to thank you for allowing us this opportunity so that we can share the ASP, or Athletic Strategic Sports Plan 2.0. I'm going to turn it over to a ASP committee member, a parent, as well as an alumni, Mrs. Carrie Gilbreth.
I like that there's energy. I give you all credit for these night meetings because the energy is just as big at 9 o'clock at night.
Welcome,
Well
Ms. Gilbert.
done.
Well, I expect a lot of energy then, so bring it.
Game on, Dr. Wyatt. So it is great to be here tonight. I am an alum. I was proud to be with Nicole actually at Alessandro Elementary School and Golden Valley Middle School before I went on to Cajon. We had the great pleasure of being in front of you in May. And in May, we were able to present to you what 7 years of investment had brought. And you were able to see a lot. And if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish what we have. And I should say we. It's really not we. It's what our kids have done. And you facilitated the facilities, the coaching, and the greatness that let them be competitive with other districts, that let them be bigger than they ever thought they could be. And it started changing who we were. So if we can go ahead and go through, as we talked about earlier tonight, and Dr. Buckner, hey, Dr. Buckner. Leonard, okay, I apologize. I'm not always good on the misters and doctors, but I've known Leonard for an awful long time, so I know him by Leonard. But Leonard has done such a phenomenal job coming in where Dr. Volkamer left off, along with Dr. Rodriguez. I'm really leading this committee. I was proud to be part of it when it started. When the board decided to put in the strategic plan, that was for 7 years. So what we're going to talk about right now is what can be done now that first 7 years has ended, and where we're going for the next 7 years and what that looks like. So if we can go ahead and get started. I don't think I can flip it, right? Who flips it for me? Okay. So our goal, as we talked about before, is that we want to build personal traits that carry our students through college, career, and life. And there's a lot that we learned through COVID that we're going to talk about, that those soft skills, those character skills are so critical to now growing what our academic skills need to be on the academic catch-up that a lot of our kids across the nation are having to do. And we're going to talk about how athletics really helps that with different things. It teaches time management, it teaches confidence, it teaches character building, sportsmanship, a lot of things that for a year and a half where kids across the U.S. weren't able to engage in that. Athletics brings a lot of that to the table, complementing what our academics can be. So it spurs healthy bodies and healthy minds, more important now than ever. They go hand in hand. And it changes our perception. And this is something that we've all talked about collectively over the past number of years. Unfortunately, if you say you're from San Bernardino, some people look at you. Actually, probably more people look at you, and I can say that because I grew up here, and I'll own it, and I can say it, but you aren't going to be from other cities and say that about us, and actually we aren't saying it either because we're better, and you've done a great job on making sure when we walk on those fields, when we walk out, when we shake hands with those refs, that our kids are so strong and so impressive, and we're going to keep that going. So if we can go ahead and go. So let's talk about proof in the pudding. Here's what we've learned with student athletes. For non-student athletes, our school attendance is 91%. That goes up more than 4% to 95+% with our student athletes. For our GPAs, you go from the 2 range to the 3.1 and above, and it was great. I was talking to our basketball coach from Indian Springs tonight that was proud to tell me that their athletes carry a 3.02 average GPA, and that should be applauded. And you'll hear from one of his great athletes tonight, who I will brag a little bit, wants to go to USC and fight on. So, see, right on. So graduations in 2022, student athletes, 50% of the top 10, 60% of the top 20, and 50% of the top 50 were all student athletes. That says a lot when we're able to teach to the whole student and not just part of a student. It makes accountability different. It makes a lot of things different. And as a parent of a college athlete now, college student athlete, I can tell you confidently that my son would not be graduating in 4 years and becoming a teacher had he not had the extra set of eyes and the extra community that his sport brought him in college that started here in San Bernardino. So personally, I'm kind of glad he's coming back. So he wants to give back. If we want to go ahead. So what can we accomplish? So we're looking at 2022 and beyond, which is a great year for us right now, especially coming off of COVID. We know the opportunities we have, but then we also know, and we're very thankful too, as we're learning through CAPS, we're learning through the district, the governor has set aside extra funds that allow you to really do some great things for our kids. And that says so much for what we can do. Okay. Next slide, please. So we want to be honest in what today's challenges are, and we want to talk about what tomorrow's solutions do to come with that, especially as academics comes that way. We have seen a rise in child obesity post-COVID, and that's just due to stagnation. We have seen a rise in mental health challenges. We have seen now, we are continuing to see, and COVID spurred it even more, that early exposure to sports at elementary ages, young ages, in urban area children, especially minority children, is going down, and we need to recognize that. And we're also seeing, as across the nation, that test scores and achievement scores are going down just because of the COVID effect. But we want to be a solution to that. And as you are working on all of the solutions on the academic side, we want to supplement that, because we know in our city we have great athletes, and we know this can be a great carrot to success on how we can really move these kids. So how do we do that? We do it in 3 different ways. We do it by, number 1, removing barriers. Dr. Funches, you talked about that at the beginning today. That 7 years ago, you decided when you invested in football, or I should say stadiums, because that was track and field, football, soccer, all of the above. When you invested in new uniforms, when you made those decisions, that started removing barriers. We need to continue to do that. We need to motivate and engage. That comes from more than teachers. That requires a full whole child approach, and that brings coaches in at every age to be able to do that and expand the opportunity for sports at all levels. You've started that with elementary. We're going to hear from our elementary PE, and I got to give you a hats off. You have started and continue to create state models for what you do. And what you've done from this plan to what you do in investments at every level, and how we can continue to do that, because you're always as good as your last project. So we want that last project to keep going every step of the way. So here is what we've accomplished in just 7 years. And to hear from that, we have Amy, who is in charge of our elementary PE program, and Rich Imbriani.
Come on, Rich. I'm going to get us started with successes in elementary, but we have physical education specialist at all of our elementary schools. We're actually only 4 shy of having one at every school. And we have running clubs running at 30 of our elementary schools. We have sports running, soccer, basketball, and softball at 30 of our elementary schools now. So we've expanded. 7 years ago, none of that existed other than elementary PE teachers. So we're super proud of that.
That's it?
How many kids were at your last soccer game, Amy?
We had 400 parents and family members at one soccer game last week. And every game this week and last week, we've had over 100 to 300 at every game. The turnout, it's just building that community in our district.
And where was that at, just so we know?
Where was the 400? Urbita versus Gomez. There were 400. We had almost 200 at North Park versus Hillside. I attended both of those personally, so I took a lot of pictures. Have those for you if you'd like.
Standing, thank you.
Board, I want to, most of you know me, and I said the same, I'll say it again. And several of you had student athletes that I know that have shined for us in our district, and I can't thank you enough. We all got a very nice email tonight. Mr. Sullins, that was very nice, thank you. Very nice email. What we're trying to do is build and keep building, and that's what you have done for us. This is my 35th year in this district. And in the last 7 years, we've gotten more accomplished than all those 28 years before, and it isn't even close. It's not even close. So what you are able to help us do, and with the cabinet's help, we are excelling. And I hope you all know that. Every one of our schools has had successes. You can name, last spring we had Seth here, state champion, let me say that again. The California state champion in the high jump went to one of our schools in San Bernardino. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. And we have those kind of kids. And with the things that we've been able to do and put in place, and that we will continue to put in place as a school board and as our cabinet, it affects these kids for lifetimes. My grandson is in high school now. He sees the accomplishments we all have. He has uniforms that everybody else, you know, they all look the same and they look good. He has the things that when I was his age in San Bernardino, we didn't quite have that. So let me thank you again for all those accomplishments and what we need to continue to do to keep those kids here, to keep our kids here. Because let me assure you, it's a very competitive. Most of you heard about the college recruiting and the transfer portal. That's happening in high school. That's happening in middle school. That's happening in elementary school. And if you don't believe that, please do. I can assure you it's happening. So we want to be a destination. And with your help, I think we are a destination. I go, you know, Dr. Wyatt always visits and he says, look at this, we got to fix this. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're going to get that batting cage. We're going to get those backstops. We're going to get those things. But because of you, and so thank you. I mean, the accomplishments, you know, we just had our San Bernardino High School's girls basketball team just went to the semifinals or finals. And you know, Indian Springs is extremely successful every year now in soccer, boys basketball. Coach is going to have one of his players up here. Extremely successful. San Gregonio's always been successful. Pacific has had that great run in soccer. We've all had success in the last 7 years. Cajon, obviously, you know, I can talk about our kids forever, and some of you don't, you know, it gets old, but I'll tell you right now, we're still excited. We're still excited to be, you know, out in front, you know, and we will be a leader in this city. That's fine, you know, but our compadres are doing extremely well. Arroyo Valley beat Cajon in boys soccer, went to the semifinals. Thank you. Yeah, no, we're happy for them. You know, if we're gonna get beat, make it one of our city schools. That's great, but that's how fun it is. Because of you, you changed lives. You've changed our lives. I just want you to understand that. 26 years as an AD with a budget of, you know, $10,000, $11,000 gets a really tough for the first 20 years. And so thank you again. And I know I'm probably going over, but I want to thank you. And we want to continue with this 2.0 that we've worked on all summer. We were meeting once a week, correct? Dr. Rodriguez can attest. We were meeting a lot. So this is very important to us. We're very passionate about that. people say, you know, that I'm very passionate. Mrs. Applegate can tell you from the Cajon days, I'm very passionate. So I appreciate all your help. And who's up next? Oh, Carrie's back. Thank you.
I don't know if I can follow that passion, though. I'm not sure. Well done. Well done. So this is where we go next. So this is the best way to show you where we are and where we are compared to neighboring cities. So what we did was a pretty thorough evaluation of the schools we play. So just for a point of reference, we play a lot of schools in Redlands, Yucaipa, Etiwanda, Fontana. So we looked at those especially to see, as our goal was to remove barriers and introduce sports at an earlier age, what does everyone offer at different ages? And what we found out, and this is the easiest way to look at it, is what everyone else has and where our holes are. And where you can see our holes, and it's attributed to a very specific thing. We're an urban district, right? And with that, what you'll see in the other neighboring cities and why they're able to offer these every sport at every age is because they have a lot of club sports. It's all privatized, and there are the parent dollars to be able to do that, and we don't have that. But we have an opportunity that actually far exceeds anything that can be done on the private side. And, you know, as I talked earlier about you making a conscious effort to be the best, and you making a conscious effort to be a state model, so that we were presenting, I wasn't presenting, they were presenting at the AD's conference on how to create an athletic strategic plan. This is now what's that next thing, because there is a way that we can reach the right-hand side without us saying, as a lot of districts do, well, that's just not possible. It's clubs. It's, you know, it's very easy to say that's out of our hands. And what's so impressive with this district is it may not be, and it doesn't have to be. And that's what we want to talk about. So our sports, if we can say, and we're going to talk about it shortly, are running, soccer, baseball, football, volleyball, you know, even golf, definitely basketball. We are seeing outstanding student athletes at the high school level. And the big part of that is because they were introduced to those sports at early ages. Where we know that we're at a competitive disadvantage are the tennis, swimming, water polo, track and field, wrestling. And it has nothing to do that we don't have the talent. I will put our student athletes, and I think we all will, against any kid anywhere, and they have the natural ability to beat them. And I may be a little competitive, and I think we all may be a little competitive, but given the right training and the right access, they can and they should, and we want to give them that confidence and that success level to be able to do that. So what does that look like when we introduce sports to a kid at a younger age versus in San Bernardino versus sports to a kid at an older age? And with that, I would like to introduce Mr. Howell from Arroyo Valley. You can go ahead and turn it. And our two student athletes, which are the real stars of our show today. We have Jordan from Indian Springs and Jehudi from Cajon High School.
Thank you, Board and Cabinet. I'd like to pretty much echo everything that Rich Imbriani said. Thank you for what you've done for us so far. And he did not tell the truth on one thing, though. He was not happy that we beat them twice and knocked them out of the CIF playoffs. He could say that, but I know he wasn't happy. I'd like to draw attention to Dr. Wyatt and Leonard Buckner, because they will know exactly what I'm talking about. The three of us are not from San Bernardino. We're from Fontana. And when we grew up, we had sports from the time we were 5 years old. You could play football, you could play basketball, you could play baseball, all the way up. Now, we did have some advantages. I never thought that I would say that somebody from Fontana had some economic advantages, but we did. We had parents that would put us in things. And that's what you saw in the graph that Carrie presented. That's why these other districts are able to have kids that reach high school with a base of knowledge and a base of experience behind them. We don't have that, and that's what we're striving to get. And we have two examples that we'd like for you to hear from tonight. Jordan will speak on the first one. Guy that's been doing something since he was, 2-3 years old, right? You were dunking then at 2 or 3, okay? And then Jehudi is going to present the second one. And believe me, Jehudi is the norm, not the exception. He is probably the exception in this case. Jordan?
My name is Jordan Coberson. I am a junior and I attend Indian Springs High School. I play basketball and I used to play football. Well, I used to play basketball and volleyball back in middle school. I attended LV Middle School my 7th and 8th grade year. In my 6th grade year, I went to Jones Elementary right across the street. Mr. Tillman, I had your daughter as my 6th grade teacher. But playing basketball at a younger age, it really helped me out a lot. Just becoming a man and growing up. And like I'll say, like my favorite coaches throughout my life was probably my mom, because she went to all my games in middle school and elementary, on the sidelines, yelling, and and then after the game, she'll go give me some food and tell me how I did and what I could do better on, because she went to San G and she used to play basketball back in the day. So I'll say she was probably my favorite coach back then. But I say playing basketball and in middle school and elementary, it prepared me for high school, because I was always the biggest one in the classroom, and it was just, okay, so I was always the biggest one in the classroom, so it was, well, preparing me, because I always had like a 3.0, 3.5 GPA back in elementary and middle school, but when I came into high school, it was easier to get my grade up, because I'm really a procrastinator. So when I be at home, I don't really be doing nothing. But since I play sports, I'm short on time, so I actually gotta sit there and do my work. So being able to knowing that I have to withhold a 2.0 GPA, I had to step on my game, and I managed to keep over a 4.0 GPA in my 8th grade year and through high school. But really playing sports at an early age, it taught me just grit and perseverance. Playing on the court, I'm tired and I don't want to play basketball no more, but I just keep pushing. And I really translate that into the classroom when I don't get a problem or I'm stuck on a subject. I just keep pushing, and it becomes easier and easier the more I do it, and it helped me get my grades up, and it just helped me just become just a better person in general. Being able to meet new people, playing sports, going to the park, playing basketball when I was younger, meeting people older than me, same age as me, younger than me, being able to just open up as a person, because I was timid, I didn't really talk to nobody, but playing sports, it made me more open and more talkative, because like I'm telling you, like 4 years ago, I wouldn't be able to do all this. I would have been sweating and some more stuff, but I'm comfortable and I'm confident. And playing sports really helped me with that, and it made me a better person overall.
Hello, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to use my phone for this because the printing, my paper didn't work. Okay, hello, my name is Jehudi Garboot. I am an IB student in the class of 2024. I attend and am involved in Cajon Aquatics. Cajon Aquatics has giving me the opportunity to make long-lasting friends and be involved in extracurricular activities, while learning to manage and balance school and athletics. While playing other schools, Cajon keeps a high spirit, but we often see the inequity amongst other aquatic programs. We also encounter other schools that ridicule us based upon the idea that we are of lower economic status. Other teams reach greater potentials because they have club teams based out of their school, which ultimately gives them more opportunities to practice and build together as a team. Based on my experiences in aquatics program, children in San Bernardino have fewer chances to get involved in aquatic sports with the community. An annual problem Cajon faces is the lack of students who can swim. In order to remedy these issues, I think Cajon Aquatics should expand into a club. In order to be more competitive at the highest level, I believe that it is an essential to have regulated CIF touch pads, as new swimming rules require touch pads in order to even qualify for CIF. Without these equipment, we can't get accurate times and qualify for CIF, which Cajon gets few opportunities to race within other meets. In addition to that, we are thankful for what we have, and I believe we require more funding for equipment such as blocks, ball bags, water polo balls, water polo cages, flags, kickboards, pool buoys, paddles, short clocks, scoreboards, pool covers, lane lines, boys and girls tech suits, and game clocks to display times and scores. I would like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to present and speak on the behalf of Cajon High School's Aquatics Club.
So let's wrap this up. Thank you both very much. I think Jehudi should run for president. He comes well prepared on his speech writing, and you are amazing off the cuff. So well done. So let's talk about what happens if we fill those gaps in. So if we're able to do that, then all of a sudden this happens. And we see that across the board. And if you want to go ahead and move to the next slide. We have some one-time asks to be able to make this happen. And we know that some of these bigger asks may take a bond, but we also know that some of these asks right now, given the extra governor's funding, given what's going on with caps, that we can create these levels at all levels if we invest in facilities and use caps where we can essentially create our own club sports. So imagine if we had, as Indian Springs has their pool, imagine if we had those pools at Cajon, at Arroyo, at Purdue, and all of a sudden we have a kids program there for our elementary and middle school kids that come in the evening. So we're keeping our kids engaged at all times. And not only are they learning how to swim, which we all know that in urban areas that's a challenge for us and we need to overcome that challenge. But imagine that they're exposed to our high schools just like our junior All-American and Pop Warner football teams are, that they can come play on our fields, that they're going to see our high schools, that they're going to fall in love with our high schools, and that they're going to stay put in San Bernardino because, as you said, recruiting is now happening at younger levels. It's not just about college anymore, and we're going to show why we are the best, and we're going to keep them here so that a kid at North Park knows he's going to go to Cajon, and a kid at Yerba knows he's going to go to Arroyo, and the same thing with Pacific and Purdue and Sanji and all the way down. So here are the asks, and I'm not shy in just saying that they are asks, but we know that we're in a good spot right now, and we know that we can make it happen, and we know that we have the resources on our side on the personnel to make it happen, to create that success if we're able to complement it with the facilities. So we're pool rehabs to allow K through 12 participation. Again, when we talk about a state model, nowhere else that we know that's around here or close by are we using after-school programs to really supplement what private clubs are doing. And private clubs, as we know, some of those in other areas are actually trying to supersede high school sports. We would come in as that, and we would train those kids from the time up. There would be no competitive disadvantage for these kids anymore. And again, just like you did for the other half of sports, this complements your athletic circle of all sports being able to offer this. Addition of field lighting. That, unfortunately, that doesn't really have to do with this, but it's a necessary with late start. But same thing, it allows our soccer programs, other things that would go from a CAPS perspective, they're field dependent, that we can bring those kids in at a younger level, track and field, all of the above. Tennis court rehabs, those are dwindling, I gotta say. We've got 50-year-old tennis courts out there with falling down. You called them standards. I did not know what standards were, but they're what hold up the nets, and they're literally falling down. And so we do have those. They might even make a fight to say pickleball should be part of that court because it is the it game, and we could get a lot of teachers playing kids in pickleball on top of that. Those are things that we would ask for if we were able to make happen now, like what you're doing with Sanji. That would give an immediate opportunity for us where, Jehudi, how many kids knew how to swim or had ever played a water polo game this year when you went into varsity? How many? So they're amazing in 2 months, and they are playing, but they had not swam. We had kids who did not know how to swim at the beginning, and they were playing Rev and Ukaipa, who were playing 7 days a week since they were 7 or 8 years old. And our kids were still holding strong. And hats off to the Cajon JV team today. They tied Rev. That is better than any win, and they deserve a huge thing for that. So it shows if our kids can go that far in that short a time, what they can do when we give them more. But we do need the pool rehabs to be able to do that, because not only does it require it for that, but for the perception of we can't host meets anymore because CIF decided to go change the rules, which then falls down to the districts, right? So it goes to that perception, oh, San Bernardino, you can't have, you aren't good enough to hold your pool's not good enough. And you know, you just could look at those guys when they say that, because we aren't that. So those are really the three that we would ask for right now when we talk about bonds. You know, and we wanted to put things on the radar too, right? Because we want to talk about 7 years. That's something we would look for as middle school sports continue to grow. You know, Pacuma, Curtis, and Chavez all have gyms. It is a huge advantage on our intramural sports with schools. That's something that we want to do long-term with us. We're going to show a rendering of that. And lastly, field improvements for our elementary schools. For our 400 parents that were out the other day with our kids, we still have a lot of challenges with the ant hills, ant infestations, and gopher holes. And those are things that just kick our tail. And it hurts the kids playing, and it also hurts our parents that are watching. And we want to make sure that we give them the right thing to run on in the first place so they're learning the right way. So those are one-time investments that feed us to a full circle K-12 investment and allowing for sports at all levels. And then ongoing, if you want to go ahead and change it, a few things. Coaches and coaching stipends for K-12 programs. We want to make sure we're incentivizing enough. That's very important, especially at the elementary level. It's much lower than the high school levels, and so it's an easier blink past it than it is to say I want to really commit to it as a coach. And that's important for us to look at. We also want to be conscious, just like we have classroom size mandates, we want to make sure we're doing that with our coaches too. I've heard typically 1 to 10 we want to look at, but I know those are things that are all handled through HR, but things that we really want to pay attention to. So not only we're providing the most safe environment for our kids, we're also preventing any liabilities. Transportation, I know the board's already been great to help with this. We thank you because of what's been going on with the rise in gas prices, the rise in buses. Now to move a bus is insane. So we really thank you for stepping up to the table and making that happen for it. And the rise in baseline budgets. We have not asked for an increase in 7 years in those baseline budgets, and we've performed very well. We would do no more than ask for a cost of living. We've learned how to work very well within those means. Our kids are producing well. Our athletic directors are being able to maximize and be very efficient with that. That is not an extra need. It's just a matter to stay with inflation. The last thing is a consideration long-term. San Bernardino, as we know, is in the top 10 largest school districts in the state of California. That's huge. That means our athletic competitive pool is big. We have a lot of high schools. one thing we would ask for consideration on is the potential to add a district athletic director. It helps us tremendously when we start talking about transfers. When you look at all districts of our size, they all have them. It allows our ADs, and this is more conjecture on my part, so I'm going to apologize to the ADs on this end if I'm assuming a bit. But from a parent perspective, I love it because it allows our ADs to focus on our kids. And a district AD allows them to focus on the admin of how the programs are run and making sure that we're really doing it right. So we're adding touch points to kids. And I will tell you, when my son played football in his freshman year and went into his sophomore year, and he didn't know what he should do because he was the second quarterback to Jaden Daniels. And as Jaden had a heck of a win last week at LSU, Cameron was no Jaden Daniels. But it was great. It took a conversation with Rich Imbriani to talk about that Cameron made that switch to water polo. And it was a game changer for him. And we really appreciate that. And we want our ADs to be focused on those touch points with our kids. And the more we can take the admin out of their hands so they can have that additional level of care with our kids, the better off it'll be. So go ahead. So we're going to end tonight on saying that winning K-12 athletic programs, plus quality facilities, plus solid academics, plus student safety, equals three things. It equals less transfers. That's very important for us. We do not want those kids when they're coming out of 8th grade to say they can go down the street to Citrus or they can go up across the freeway to Etiwanda. They want to come and they want to stay here, and we're going to keep them here. It's going to lead to higher test scores and GPA. We proved that at the beginning of this presentation. And I will tell you, there is not a coach or an athletic director I have not met that is not personally committed to that. And that is even more important in the sport itself. We need to use them. They have a huge impact on our kids, equal to, and sometimes the carrot's greater, so they sometimes even have the most impact on our kids on what they're going to do to take care of business. And it leads to better attendance. So with that, we thank you for what the next 7 years will bring. We hope a lot will come in the next year, but we want to thank you. You acted very quickly last time, and we hope we proved what you invested in us, that we were able to create the return on it, and we want to do it again. So thank you for that. If you look at the end, that is Sanjeev's new aquatics complex and tennis complex. That is fantastic, and we're hoping to duplicate that if you'd be kind enough to let us. Incredible. And what Del Vallejo's potential gym could look like. So with that, we want to thank you very, very much.
All righty. Well, first of all, team, thank you for such an outstanding presentation. You always know it's a really good one when you see all these lights come on, so get ready for some questions. And I'll say that 15-minute presentation, I know something about coaches. They said you're only going to do 4 laps. Next thing you know, 20 laps later, we're still going. So I get it. All right, let's start with Vice President Tillman.
Thank you very much, and good presentation. Can I get the students' names again? What's your name? What's your last name? Culberson. Related to Ray? No? And the other student?
Hootie.
Well, both of you gentlemen did a great job in your presentation, so I just want to tell you that, and I'm proud of both of you. You're just what we want to see coming out of San Bernardino. So you guys are taking advantage of what we try to create here. You all are the results, so we want to continue making it better. And thank you for the presentation tonight. This presentation is different than the last one you guys did with us, because last time you guys had numbers.
Last time was what the numbers and the successes that we had built.
No, I mean you had money on the request 7 years ago.
Oh, sorry.
So it'd be good to come back with the request with the numbers. Now, I'm hoping like I think it said Jamudi, is that what you say? Jehudi. Jehudi gave a list. That list should be easy to take care of. So I don't know what the disconnect is, but those things that he listed, with all the one-time money we have right now, there's no reason why we can't do that. That's no different than the teachers saying they need tissue in class. We have that much one-time money where those type of things should be easy to take care of.
One of the reasons why we don't have numbers really this time, last time we were able to give you numbers on uniforms, bats, balls, helmets, shoulder pads, swimsuits. That was pretty easy. And the board, you guys did a great job. We have all of that stuff now. But I mean, I hate to say it this way, but that was low-hanging fruit. It was easy to get to. Now we're talking facilities.
That's not what he listed. He gave a whole.
Oh, no, I know he did. But we're talking about our numbers, though. We're at the point now where we're into facility issues. And, you know, we can throw a number out there, but, I mean, I think Mr. Pace probably knows more than we do. We can tell you what facilities we need and what they look like at other schools. I can kind of give you an example of what they've paid for other schools for certain things, but we really don't know. So that's the thing, is now we're getting into the bigger things because now we are needing the big facilities, and I couldn't tell you what that number is.
Let me say this. I hear a whole list of things you guys need. So so we're on the same page, the district has additional $70 million worth of one-time money that we can spend, and we have to spend it by 2023 or have it encumbered. That's going to be a challenge. So the list that you have, that when you work with Mr. Sullins, all the things we can pay for right now, then we want to pay for those things. I heard there was some challenges with pools, that existing pools, something needs to be done to them in order to get them up to spec, right?
Can you come to the mics, that way people because those people that also watch from YouTube, that way they can hear.
I apologize. So CIF decided to come up with new specs, that you had to have to host water polo, swim meets. We can't do that. Indian Springs is state of the art. Okay.
Just so I'm clear, because I just want to be practical about it.
Sure.
So you're saying that it means you have to have a whole new pool?
Basically.
Okay, that's fine, but that's
yeah.
So we're talking about two different.
Yeah.
Right.
So
that's long. That's long
what we've
term.
done, what you have done with Indian Springs, is state of the art, and that's where we would all love to be. And
So
it's
even
been-
the pool at Arroyo Valley doesn't qualify?
Arroyo Valley is 20 years old. We can still play there, but it's not. Indian Springs is the mark right now. And then San Gorgonio will be very soon.
So, and just so we don't, maybe the best way to do it is to say we can look at long-term and short-term things, but for one-time costs, short-term items, we should get all those done now.
Absolutely.
All right, so.
Yeah, and what Jehudi was talking about with the touchpads, that is a $15,000 to $30,000 item.
So those
But to put that on one of our old pools makes 0 sense.
And just so I'm clear though, so you're saying if you put it on an old pool, it still won't qualify you to have the meet?
We couldn't play water polo.
Water polo, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
We could have meets, but we couldn't play water polo.
Okay.
And again, this district, the surrounding area wants to come to Indian Springs. It's such a beautiful facility. So we know what to do.
Okay, perfect. And then on the lady that spoke, yeah, you said that who was we when you said we can do a CAPS program?
Oh, I apologize. When we were, actually, if I can ask one quick thing on the presentation, can we go back to the one-time investments? Because I think we can answer some of the dollar signs with it. And I apologize, Mr. Tillman, we should have had those more applicable.
The only reason why I'm concerned, because you have an opportunity in front of us, right?
Yeah,
The challenge for the district, because we're so large, when you go away, then it's not easy to get back to us seeing numbers that we can agree to. And then I have
So let's
confidence that it's
act-
taken care of. And then it becomes this terrible experience for me because Embryoni's bugging me about he's not getting it. And I talked to Mr. Sellers, he said it's on the way, but I can't get them to agree that, yeah, it's done. You know what I mean?
So let's make this happen. So the one-time investments, and to Jehudi's credit, he listed all the things he knew that we needed. We looked at it from a much broader perspective to make sure that we're compliant. We talk about new pools. So with the advantage of having Mr. Pace in the room right now, how much is Sanji to do their pool and tennis courts? 8 million. 8 million? $8 million. So we're looking at pool and tennis courts of 8 million, 9 million, 1 million. Oh, I don't hear what you're saying. Okay. 1 tennis, 8 pools. Okay. 1 tennis, 8 pools. Right? 1 million for tennis. Okay, sorry guys. Now it's later. I was doing so well on my energy. So, Mr. Tillman, if we look at that, for pool rehabs, we are looking at 8 million for 4 schools, which would be a total of 32 million.
And what's the total time frame, Mr. Pace, to build a pool? Could we?
We're gonna
year and a half
ask-
to 2
yes,
years.
please come to the mic, everyone that's speaking, because they're watching.
Yeah, I apologize.
And they can't hear.
Because
You have
I
a
don't.
bunch of athletic people, and we just have those voices.
Can you explain what you were signaling?
I'm gonna finish.
I apologize. And I'm very proud of Jehudi, and many of you may not know, I actually am the coach of Cajon water polo this year. And Jehudi and I have gotten very close over the past couple months. And so it's good to see him express his thoughts. Pools, roughly 8 million to build brand new. Your tennis courts as a whole are about 1 million to do, about 8 or 10 of them. You need about 8 tennis courts to be CIF compliant.
And is there any capacity in terms of being able to do an RFP to get the work turned around within a 2-year period for some of this one-time money?
A quantity of 1 or 2, yes.
And are we planning on doing that?
Currently, no.
Yeah, and I would just look to the board to say maybe we ought to consider that. That would be a good thing. Yeah, so thank you. And but
Appreciate it.
thank you. But so I just want, and I want other people to be able to speak. But in terms of the building the programs with CAPS, you didn't answer who was going to do that.
Sure, so let's talk about that. In our last athletic strategic planning meeting, Mrs. Pearson, correct? Pearson, came to CAPS, or came to the athletic strategic planning meeting and gave the example of her own daughter's program and talking about the disadvantage our kids have at a high school level, and she used aquatics as an example compared to neighboring districts. And when she did that, and she gets 150 to 250% credit for this, she said, you know, if we have the facilities, we have the ability to do this through CAPS. And what that means is that we can create, they're already doing it with CPR classes and lifeguarding classes, but we can essentially, as she explained it to us, so she'll have greater details, this is a digestion through my end and what we learned together, is that CAPS can take on essentially what club sports are. So if you have an aquatics program, then CAPS can come in, and you have to have CAPS at that school. So say Cajon, Arroyo, Purdue, you have CAPS there. And then all of a sudden, you know, we've got our high school kids practicing from, and I'm making up time, so bear with me, from 3 to 5. Then all of a sudden, CAPS can continue later on, and we can have more kids in that pool. When we redo the pools too, when one of the other challenges, Dr. Tillman or Mr. Tillman, that we didn't talk about earlier is we're at a max capacity, about 40 kids in a pool. And the way that the pools are rebuilt now, we can multiply those number of kids in that pool so that we can have multiple programs running at the same time. And that gets kids in our pools from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. That becomes, if you just Google it right now, for urban programs, that would not only become a state model, that becomes a national model.
Thank you. So I'm assuming that at some point you guys are going to bring that back to us. And then on the transportation, did we get that done? Is Mr. Sullins, did we give one?
Mr. Sullins took care of, yeah, we have it. We all got emails with the funding for, they said for the one time this year, one time extra. But what we have discussed is the district taking care of the funding for our transportation, which would release
Ongoing, right? So we should
ongoing,
hear what
which
the
would
number
release
is.
a lot of money for each of us equitably.
I hear you. Go ahead.
So to clarify, so what each school got was not only what they spent on transportation last year, which was elevated, but they got 34% above that. So now
And
that's
that's- and
free.
that's ongoing money?
So right, we're using our one-time funds now, and we gave them the expiration so that they understand the timelines on it, and we shared that we would review the ongoing to make sure that we're supporting those needs. Yes. So that what that does is that frees up that money that they were previously using for transportation costs to use at discretion to support the athletic programs and needs.
Yeah, exactly. And that's our goal as for us as athletic directors. If I can free up 35 to 40% of my base budget that I spend right now on transportation, and it's only going to get worse, as we know, that will be huge for us. And that goes for all my colleagues. Same. We're all different. Cajon has a lot of more teams than some other schools, so we spend a lot more money. But if the district can pay for that, it will change our whole lives. It would.
And thank you. And I just want to finish by saying that it would be I would be a champion for the programs that allow us to create CAPS programs to compete with surrounding areas, club teams. And I know you have a board here that is willing to do it too. So, but I would like to see it where we are able to start at the youngest age possible. I think you made a mistake when you said, people start swimming at 7. Most people that are in the swim program start swimming in the backyard when they're born. So we got to find a way to introduce it to our students as early as possible, not leaving out summer programs, even and during those programs, providing the proper training to teach kids to swim and get them in the programs. There's ways of doing it and luring them and providing the transportation to make sure it happens. So I know this board will support 100%. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to add something about the transportation. We have now started providing transportation for middle school sports. So that's this year. And so that has been implemented. We've met with the middle school principals, and so we're working through some of the kinks, but we will be able to transport kids to their meets.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. And again, we have students here, so I know our students probably need to be getting home, and we probably have questions for them. And I saw some students already leave, and we probably didn't get to hear from them if they were going to go. Their cheering squad? Okay. And Ms. Tillman took us a little bit of time there, a little bit. But again, these are presentations. We have dialogue sometimes, and it does get extended. I would invite my colleagues, and it's hard because it's during the day, and the athletic directors know that even for myself, for us to engage in these meetings where we can have these kind of discussions, get greater detail, ask these kind of questions, and then get specific numbers. So I'll try to keep us moving here. Dr. Flores.
Yes, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I'll try to keep it brief and make certain points, but to the students, I'm so proud of you. I just, this is what the board wanted. We wanted you to excel. We wanted you to, just fly. And I know you're going to have great futures. And secondly, I want to commend the athletic directors. 7 years ago, you came to this board, and you were courageous, and you worked hard. You did the number crunching, and presented the moon, and that was great. And look at where we're at. And so I believe in you, because look at what you've produced, and look at what our kids have done. And it takes, vision. It takes commitment. I know you're all tired because you get up early, but number one, there's a lot of things that you presented. I want numbers. We need numbers. And then you also need to do what Mr. Tillman said. What's short-term priorities? What are long-term priorities? It may be, I would ask for the moon again. I really would, because we don't know, how much money we have. We do have to spend a certain amount by next year. Is it next year, Mr. Sullins? By 20,
Correct. This
23,
year,
24?
September 23 is the next deadline for expending.
And then 24, right? By 24?
That is correct, the next phase.
So I think you need to prioritize it and cost it out again. And you know, the facilities part, you'll have to work with Mr. Pace and see what you know, what the standards are and where we go. My nephews played water polo, and so I know what it takes. And they did have you know, they had their own pool because my sister and brother-in-law moved across town, and they were able to buy a house that had a pool. And so when they were middle school kids, they started swimming, right? And of course, they were champions. They were champion water polo in their water polo sports. So I know that that's really important. So, you know, cost out the tennis courts, the swimming pools, all the different things that you said for that. And then the caps, that's Miss Mcpherson. And so that's separate. That's separate money. So she has a lot of money. And so anyway, so that's separate. You know, Mr. Imbriani, in terms of ongoing money for transportation, I think this board has to consider making sure that we fund it, you know, every year, so that you don't have to come. And I also, you know, I know that the kids need, you guys fundraise for meals, and that's separate. We have contributed now and then when we can, you know, and that's money out of your pockets and a lot of the parents' pockets and so forth. So, and they need to eat and they need to have food. So I don't know if you should put that in there too. I mean, just think about it. Also, I think that, you know, having our kids, our elementary kids and our middle school kids participate in all the different sports are important. I hope you cost that out too. Probably the rationale also for the district athletic director. What do you envision that position doing, and why do you need it? And that's important. What else? And stipends for coaching, I guess, for elementary and middle. Is that what you're saying? No? Was that on here? Yeah. Okay. Right. But it may come out of caps, so that may be something separate. And that's it. That's what I, you know, just give us the numbers and the priorities. Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales-Medina.
I know I definitely want to agree. I appreciate you bringing this forward. When I was in elementary school, I remember running in track and field. I was third grade, and I was like looking in the audience as I was running and not seeing my family there. But in the back of my mind, I was like, you know what, once I didn't see no one there, I just focused on the race, and I ended up winning first place. But the thing is that for me, that became my way to succeed, because then I looked at math, I looked at other areas that I wanted to succeed in. And I think that's a great thing for children, because then you get a lot of support. Teachers will say, congratulations. Other students will kind of pump you up. And so for me, I think that's what kind of pushed me to be competitive and to try to push myself to do even better. And I think this is what's needed in elementary school. And then, of course, middle school and moving on, to support more of our students throughout the district. Of course, art was another avenue for myself, but I do believe that sports was a big push for me growing up. So whatever I can do to support, we'll do that.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. Dr. Dottie Rogers.
Thank you. And I first want to say thank you so much for a comprehensive report. Usually this time of the night, we start to get weary, but Carrie, really, it pumped us up, really. You never, you know, you always deliver. You always deliver. But I do want to definitely start by saying, acknowledging the students. You did a fabulous job coming before us and just sharing with us what athletics really mean to you and what it did and what it can do. And you're representing, students just like you throughout the district, because we don't get to hear from you all the time. And this is what is really meaningful. So I want to encourage you all. This is your space and your place to come and be able to share with us that make these decisions, because we wouldn't know if you didn't let us know that. So I want to acknowledge you for that. I don't know if any other parents are here, but Jehudi, I know I saw your mom. We want to just acknowledge you for your work and what you are doing with your son. That is amazing. We know you have some other talents that we definitely need in the district, but I know you are a professor and you have other things to do, but we appreciate you and what you're doing, because it does take that work. There you go. I do want to say I'm excited too that I saw those gyms on there. This has been something that, that was brought to me again by a student. Why don't we have gyms? And so I'm happy to report it's on our top 10. So that is a good thing, that we are headed in that direction. I think, the board needs an update actually of the strategic plan, right? We talked about it was 7 years ago, but when we update it, we can put all these things in there and everything that we're asking. I can't believe, Carrie, you were going to try to cost it up right tonight. Good job for you, but we're going to give you a little bit. and Mr. Imbriani probably was going to also give us the number too.
We have it.
There you go.
We will give it.
Excellent.
That's what we worked on all summer.
Okay, and that's
we
what
will
we
have
need.
it, I promise.
Excellent. So we
Very
need
quickly.
that. There you go, prepared and ready. Like I said, this is very comprehensive, but looking at that strategic plan, it will help us. I heard you also mention bonds, so I want to say that out, because you also are looking for creative ways to get this done. And this is a community effort, right? We all know that if we want this with pools that are 20 years old, schools that are 50 years old, we have to do something about it. And these are the things that we can bring to our community. So we appreciate you doing that as well. And then lastly, I just want to say again, just thank you. Thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you for letting us know what is needed. And this helps us to put funding where it needs to go for the future of those that are coming behind you. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dottie Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you. And I won't repeat everything that's already been said. Thank you. Great job coming out. It's always nice to have students come out and share. It hits a little bit different than when the adults are doing it, so I always appreciate it. But like it has already been mentioned, I think adding numbers to, there's one-time investments that are on here, but it seems like they're big investments, right? So it's not as easy as maybe the supplies, are. So I think, having that is definitely important, because let's be honest, there's a lot of money, but there's also a lot of different interests in the district, and there's people that are coming, and some are saying, hey, we want wellness centers, others are saying, hey, we want this, and we want to be responsive to all of the different needs. And if you heard our workshop that we had last week, we were talking about, some of these wellness centers, and one of the things that I had, mentioned was we may not get to the point where we can do it all, right? But we got to start somewhere. And so I say the same thing with this. We may not be at a point where we're going to do it all, but we definitely want to make sure that we get started somewhere. And it may not be the 8 rehab pools, right? It may be 1 or 2. So, just really attaching those numbers, it gives us the opportunity to really sit down and take a look at, what your needs are in addition to what the other needs in the district are as well. And then for teachers are missing for full PE, all elementary, I think that's pretty doable. I think that would be considered a low-hanging fruit, in my opinion. I would like to see that happen. In addition to the requests of the supplies that Jehudi, what is it? Jehudi. I was close. But no, definitely, I'm really excited. I didn't get a chance to play sports when I was growing up, disadvantaged student as well. So, but I would have been probably amazing. I'm very competitive. So I do see the benefit. And so I wasn't here 7 years ago, but it looks like you have done an amazing job with what, has been provided. You've turned that and flipped that over, tenfold. And so just really, kudos to you all and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and I will try to be brief in my comments, but as you know me, when it comes to sports, that's pretty hard to do. First of all, Jordan and Jehudi, thank you again for being here tonight. I'm sure you know this, but you are ambassadors to the rest of the student body that represents student athletes, so you are leaders within your own community, so I think that speaks highly to both of you. Jordan, it's always difficult to speak publicly. I was right there with you. I never would have thought I'd be doing this tonight. Trust me when I tell you that, and I would never want to. So public speaking does take courage. I'd rather go out and take hits from somebody on the field all day long than have to get up in front of people. That's easier for me. There's a lot to be said about student engagement, right? Student motivation and wanting to go to school. I know for myself, athletics was that driving force. So that in itself was a value to me to want to go to school. I sure in the heck didn't say, hey, I'm getting ready to go to English class or history class, right? Even though I like those classes, but I sure would say I can't wait to get on the field or get on the court and go play and compete, because I believe competition is good. It develops resiliency, it develops determination, it develops character as working as a team. There's so much that is learned and gained in the field of competition and working in sports as a team. I also believe, though, engagement in many different ways, so I want to make sure I'm very clear about that, because I strongly support all of our programs, such as VAPA, our clubs, cyber, gaming, academic competition, right? That's a competition as well, and career pathways. So, there's a lot we need to do to keep student engagement going, but tonight is about athletics, so I'll try to keep it there. Those of you that have heard me at the athletic strategic planning meetings, world class is a very tall statement for me. And my expectations are extremely high when it comes to that. We're not even close to world class, all right? And I don't mean that in a negative way, but don't say that to me if that's what we're going to do. Looking at some of these pictures we just saw, our renderings, yes, that's getting there. That's getting there, right? So we have a long way to go, but the plan is in place, and we have to execute on that plan and support you. And I'll say this, and Coach Howell said it the best, and it's just like academic excellence. Excellence in anything starts at a very early age. It's an indoctrination process. It really is. For me, it started probably about 3 years old, 4 years old. As soon as I could pick up a ball or a bat or throw one, that's when it started. Same with academics, though, right? They do go hand in hand. So I want us to know that increasing our elementary programs at all elementary schools really is at the heart of it. It truly is. It's truly at the heart of developing this indoctrination process and creating programs of excellence across the board, not just at any one school, not just in any one school in any one sport, but in all sports. So I'm super excited about that. I look forward to our CAPS programs expanding into athletic programs. I know it will create greater student engagement, greater student interest, higher levels of attendance, higher levels of student success and academic achievement. They go hand in hand. Trust me, I know they do. You've shown us the proof. But I can assure you, if we do it in elementary schools, there'll be even higher levels. And that will carry on throughout their lifetime, not just through their educational career, but also their professional lives as well. I speak about it highly, and the folks that are here in front of me, they know I went to a small town with only one high school, and we built our reputation and our city pride around our athletic programs. We really did. It put us on the map, and I've seen that with many of our programs here. I get so excited when I go see you guys play. I do, and I try to see as many sports, as many schools. I'll be Thursday night, I'm at a Royal, just so you know. I met our quarterback this weekend too, and he invited me personally, and he says, come out and watch me because I'm going to put it on him. And I said, all right, don't tell me that and not do it.
But Dr. White, did he tell you Thursday?
He did tell me Thursday. Matter of fact, I just turned Mr. Valenzuela Thursday. I'll see you Thursday night.
We've had a number of
okay. I'm glad I brought that up. I've been at the park going, I must be at the wrong place. It must have been an away game. No, that wouldn't be a first for me. But Friday night. Okay. Coach Coach, sorry, I'm usually a Cajon guy, but I made a promise and I will be there. Yours is Thursday? Well, you guys are both getting me tonight, man. All right. But no, anyway, I do apologize because, I could talk about this forever. But again, thank you to all of you for being here tonight. As you've heard from all of us, you have our full support. You truly do. Get those one-time things in now. Differentiate that. Make sure you do it. One-time things in now. We only have 2 years, folks. 2 years. That's it. So anything we can buy one-time things now, this is the time. The time.
You'll have those numbers with them.
Good, because we just give them to him, the guy down at the end, so we can rubber stamp it for you. And these long-term projects, we also have a plan about that and how we can start encumbering money now, whether it's for architectural design, things like that we could get going, planning, so we could spend that money because we want to invest into you. Because long-term costs, ongoing costs, that is the biggest challenge, as we all know. So please get us those numbers ASAP, and we will show you our support. Dr. Flores, and then we'll go.
Just a point of order, President Wyatt, Dr. Wyatt. Once they give us the numbers, don't we have to agendize it so that we can approve it?
I'm going to look around on that one. Do we have to do that?
I just, a point of order. I just want us to approve it,
Once we get the numbers from the team, we'll put it together and synthesize it, and then we will bring it back to the board. If there's things that we can do right away, then we'll go ahead and put in, like, for example, one of the things that they mentioned was a district AD. So that's something that we can do as far as putting together a scope of work, a job description. We can put some other things together that don't necessarily require.
I would like their short-term priorities and their long-term priorities, the costs, and then that way bring it to us, and then we can approve it so that it gets done. Yeah.
As we get that, we'll put in the Friday update for your review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, again. And to our students, you are our number one priority. We are proud of you. We love you guys. And just know we're here to support you in your success now and as adults. Thank you again for being here tonight.
It's late for you guys, so go
Yeah.
sleep. Go
and
home,
for those
go
of you
sleep.
about energy level, we're just getting started. This board's got a lot of energy. We're just getting started. So, because we'll be here now till midnight. All right, folks. Oh gosh, this is the other tough one. Looks like report and comments by board members. Is that really the next one? Wow. All right, and board members, we've talked a lot tonight. Let's hold ourselves to our 5 minutes. I know we got a lot of exciting stuff going out there to say, and we're starting over here to my right with Dr. Flores, and we'll go to the left and back around. So, Dr. Flores, you are on, and get that clock going. Here we go. All right.
I want to tell all the athletics directors thank you, and also the students for coming out. I really appreciate it, and let's do it, all right? Also, tonight, I have like 3 things. Number one, I would like to request that Dr. Sanchez, if with consensus by the board, that you seek out policies for succession plans and leadership succession plans to see what other districts have developed in terms of policy, if that's okay with the board, by consensus. Yeah, on the succession plan. Is that, yeah, okay. Mr. Tillman, Mr. Rios.
I don't know when you say succession plan, because all jobs we have, all jobs we have to be competitively sized. So
What do we need?
when you say succession, I don't understand what you mean.
The leadership succession plans that other districts have for grooming, growing your own leaders. Yeah.
It's not, no.
Yeah, I would like to clarify and see if there's any of those out there. Anyway, I'm using too much time. Okay. And then the other ask was, and we're already going to do it, once we get the numbers and everything, the short priorities, the long-term priorities from the athletic directors, right? Then I just have books to share tonight. They're inspiring. I had shared the Barefoot Dreams of Petra Luna a few board meetings ago, and Alda Dobbs wrote a new book, The Other Side of the River, and it's the continuation of her lifetime. I just got it. I haven't read it yet, but this 12-year-old during the Mexican Revolution traveled all the north and into Texas, and now it's her lifetime starting in San Antonio, and she's 12 years old. She has her grandma, her brother, her sister, and she's the head of the house. And so it's her journey. And this is a true story. Alda Dobbs is the author. I got to interview her. I was so excited, and she's coming to Cabe, so I'm looking forward to it. And it is her great-grandmother's story. So it's called The Other Side of the River. Yeah. And then, I don't know if you guys know, but I'm a big fan of Albert Einstein. I've read his biographies. He was a brilliant man, just highly unconventional, quirky, a visionary scientist, you know, and so I'm cleaning out my garage, and I found this book. It's another biography by him, and I hope that our kids are reading biographies of great people. And he was not just a great mathematician, a physicist. I always remember a quote that he said, it's imagination that's more important than knowledge. And so I believe that. Without imagination, you know, we can't do what we do. You saw that tonight. Our athletic directors have vision and imagination of what they, you know, want to do. And I know I've said before that, you know, I went to school in the Bay Area in the late 60s, and we had student, you know, we had student movement, Black Panther movement, Mecha movement, a women's movement, and for our rights. And I was in meetings with Black Panthers and Brown Berets, and one of my good friends, Sharif Almiki, out of Philadelphia, who heads the Black Educator nonprofit, wrote a short. His mother was a Black Panther, and he told me about this book. It's called Comrade Sisters, Women of the Black Panther Party, and it just came out. And his mother was one of the leaders, and I just remember, you know, I don't remember all their names, but I do remember that I was in meetings with them, and we imagined a just world, you know, and how we could work together, all peoples, Black, brown, yellow, white, and Native Americans. We all, you know, we were, 18, 20 years old, and we believed that we could, you know, change the world, and many of us are. And it was the Black Panthers who started the breakfast plan. It was the Black Panthers, the plan that we have throughout California that feeds our kids breakfast. And so I just want to share that tribute, and it's a great book. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Vice President Tillman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Ms. Ceballos.
Oh, just really quickly, I just want to follow up. I don't think I've heard from anybody in regards to some board policies that we had talked about and had reached consensus, and those are reviewing the conflict of interest policy, the usage of attorneys by individual board members opposed to the board as a whole policy. We had agreed that, you know, we would kind of send those to subcommittee policy and review those. And then also the translation and or interpretation of IEPs policy. I know that we have talked about, but I'm still waiting for it to be sent to the subcommittee. So just a friendly reminder. Thank you.
I wasn't sure if anybody was going to make a comment on that. Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Then we'll come back around to Dr. Dowdy Rogers, or do we have a comment on that? I apologize.
A quick comment.
Thank you.
Dr. Wyatt. So I was going to say, We'll check with where we are in relationship to where we need to be with those policies, and we'll put that in this Friday's update on any next steps, okay? So that we can have that.
Thank you, sir. All right, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Almost made it 42.
All right, thank you. I just want to ask the question, or this is kind of get a follow-up later. The community often asks how they can connect our students to opportunities to volunteer. And I know at one point in time, is it particular schools or something like that? I don't know if we have a designated person that, we can connect community members to. There's a lot of opportunities out there for volunteerism for our students, which is also something that's great for them because it keeps them, engaged until we can have wonderful centers like, I'll say that to Ms. Calvin in the office out there in the audience, but until we can have multiple ones around, and I've got asked this question twice this week, so that tells me there is a need, and I would probably create someone that was doing it when my kid was at Cajon. So if you can please let us know how that works or what we can do to ramp. And I know, Ginger, I see you nodding because I always call you, but I want to do it properly, so that I can say, and it's just not saying call someone if it's not the case. And that is it.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy
You want to
Rogers.
say something, don't you? I can tell.
Oh, go ahead, Ginger. Get in on it. right
Dr.
now.
Rogers, I was just going to say you can have them call our office and we'll connect them for sure. So, thank you.
And that's for them, when they need volunteers, just so you know. It's, like the symphony, these different places to get our students out.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers and Ms. Ontiveros. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Great. Last week, I went to a conference that was HACU, and they were here in California, which was great to go. And one of the things that, and I know several board members are really supportive of this, is looking at a middle college high school, but at each high school. And I know that the chancellor is also interested in our students attending. But one of the sessions that I was in from New Jersey Community College, they actually partner with local high schools as well, is that they have a designated program within the site. And so each site would have its own designated program instead of having like Middle College High School, which is a great program, but it's in all of the high school. In this case, it would be, and I know what Middle College High School has is an AVID class for all of these students to kind of do more enrichment and making sure that they're successful in college classes. I would like to really have a conversation, having a strategic plan on what this would look like at all of our high schools, so we can kind of move forward in that. They also provided internships, which was nice. They were hiring internships through the district, and then that way they had partnerships with local businesses. They mentioned all sorts, and I'll have to share the screenshot of all sorts of, with law. They had with businesses and so forth. So that was really interesting, and how they were able to partner also with local businesses in their area. But I would love to have those conversations. I know it's part of the goals as well, as when you look at the A through Gs and access to higher education. So this would be something that I would really want us to move forward in having a designated classroom or some type of designated cohort within each high school. And that would be one of my goals for this school year, next school year, and so forth, to try to get that accomplished. Other than that, I'm really excited that we are going to be having a good programs with the swimming piece. I forgot to mention that many of us, well, I know myself, I didn't grow up with a pool, and I know that for individuals, that is more for safety reasons. It's important that we have our children learn how to swim, and if they do get in those situations of going into a pool, if not at the beach, making sure that they're able to not hurt themselves. So that was basically it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And as we know, swimming is an important skill to learn. I think it's one of the number one leaders of unfortunate child death. So, yeah, it was great to hear about just our programs today. And I agree, all kids should learn how to swim. All righty, I will try to make mine quickly. We get that clock going. Really just had a wonderful time these last couple of weeks going to our different parent meetings, and I want to thank all of our staff. Actually, definitely Kimberly Sargent. I saw her earlier here, when she left. She's probably like, I had enough. But she's been with her team presenting at those meetings, doing a wonderful job. Dr. Greer as well with his team in EDSA, and just listening to our parents and getting their feedback in regards to our programs and what they believe we need for our children. Went to the Garner Holt fundraiser for their inaugural fundraiser for student scholarships. It was an amazing event. I bring it up because I'd love to see us support them, and I'd love to see our students apply for those scholarships. That's even more important when they start coming out. Fantastic program, tremendous success, and again, we need to get all that information when we can to have our students apply. I saw Mr. Rainbolt over there, and let him know as well. Thank you to our team, Mr. Solon and your team, for the budget workshop. That was great. I know we always like to talk a lot, and you're patient with us, but eventually when we got to it, we really were able to put our minds together and start to develop some priorities, and bless you, Dr. Rogers. So thank you for the budget workshop. I know I enjoyed it. Also want to thank County Board Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and actually the County Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Andre, for the Valley College College and Career Day. It was a really outstanding day. We had, I believe, 5 high schools there, about 150 students from San Mateo City Unified School District. They were super excited, super engaged, so were our staff. And that's where I had the opportunity to actually meet the young man I was talking about from Royal Valley High School, Juanya, and I hope I get your name right, Morris, and he's our starting quarterback number 1 over at Royal Valley High School. And the fun part about it was not just talking about football, which he was very proud of, but he was also visiting one of the trades that I brought there, and that was the Southwest Carpenters Union. So I wanted to make sure that we don't always talk about college, but also career and different paths for our students to go into after high school. And it was great. I have a really wonderful picture of him on here, where he put on his duty belt, his construction belt, his hard hat, and he looked like he was ready to go build a bridge or something. So
What school is that?
that was he was from Arroyo, but I believe we had 5 high schools there. I don't want to say exactly which ones. It was almost every high school. I'm pretty sure of that. But and they were there, really representing San Mateo City well, but more importantly, learning about careers, opportunities, as well as college opportunities. And we had a great turnout by the many different vendors there. So big kudos to County Board Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. Great job there. I wanted to give a shout out, and I said I would, to this young man's parents and he himself. And I was at the Cajon High School, Citrus Valley High School game over in Redlands, and very proud to say we took it to them and we beat them convincingly. I know it's not always nice of me, but one of my good friends, Coach Brook over there, coaches him. He had a solid team too. I want to compliment him too and his team, and also a young man, Brock Liam, who plays for them, who I went to school with his parents, and he played a heck of a game. But our team played a very good game. Huh?
Which school beat them?
Cajon High School beat Citrus Valley. But I noticed the play of one young man. Actually, number 77 was his number. And I was like, gosh, that kid is giving his everything on every play. And I think linemen don't always get the acknowledgement that they deserve, because they're the ones in the trenches, and they're creating those huge holes for our running backs to go through and protecting our quarterback to throw the passes to the receivers. And this kid, he would block people and pancake them and drive them down the field 5-10 yards and still just keep on going. I said, man, I love the way that kid plays, because he leaves it all out there. And he was one of our kids, and his name's Michael. He was number 77. And the reason why he really stood out, because I happened to meet his parents. I said, hey, who's that kid? And one of our booster folks told me, that's his parents right there. His nickname's Fontana, which of course I thought was hilarious, because he came from Fontana. I said, well, that's a really creative nickname. But it just stuck with me, because I was like, that's where I came from, and our work ethic. And he's here in San Bernardino showing that work ethic and playing hard. And just want to know all our kids. Again, we saw them tonight. Really proud of you guys. Again, relentless effort out on the field, leaving it all out there. And I believe that is my comments for tonight. I barely made it. But thank you, everyone. And we will move on to 8.2, Administrator in Charge and staff comments. Dr. Funches.
All right. Thank you, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, and Board. As I have focused all month, I will start my final comments this evening with appreciation and recognition. Last week, as you know, was Week of the School Administrator, and yesterday was Boss's Day. And these two celebrations inspire me to share special thanks to our district leaders. As you know, our principals and vice principals on a daily basis, they make sure that our schools are safe places for our scholars to learn and our teachers to teach and be equipped to educate our scholars. And this is not always as easy as it sounds, but our school site leaders manage complex operations in often unpredictable circumstances. And I want to offer all of them a very public thank you for their dedication and commitment as they lead our schools on a daily basis. Thank you to our site administrators. I also want to thank our district managers, who you saw some of tonight, who every day make our whole system move forward and operate well. Our managers plan, organize, and supervise one of the largest workforces in the county, almost 8,000 employees, and they do an exceptional job keeping our staff moving forward together efficiently. And so please join me in appreciating them. And again, board, I want to thank you for your leadership and understanding, because your leadership and understanding thus far has helped me navigate this month of October, as this will be my last board meeting for the month presiding over. So I want to thank you for making sure that you've given me your support throughout the month. And I also want to thank you, board, for your recent decision to keep our management and our employee salaries competitive with surrounding districts with a recent wage increase. Your ongoing support to ensure that school leaders are given the resources that they need at their sites to create strong learning environments and extracurricular environments, which you heard tonight, for both our students and staff. Your advocacy for our community is exceptional. October 15th marked the end of Hispanic Heritage Month, and I want to make sure that I acknowledge someone special and a feat that was special as we celebrated our Latino community. San Bernardino High School was featured internationally this month by the Consulate of Mexico and the Mexican government, who filmed a video highlighting the story of San Bernardino High School alumni Ramon Contreras. Mr. Contreras was an award-winning artist who graduated from San Bernardino High School in 1932. And during his short 23 years of life, he worked with famous artists like Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo. One of the Mr. Contreras paintings is a 3-foot by 70-foot mural entitled Country Life in Mexico, which is on display in the San Bernardino High School auditorium. Congratulations to Mr. Hazel Calleros, who coordinates the San Bernardino High School Alumni Association and Cardinal City Museum, who was interviewed in the consulate video. Thank you for helping to share this important San Bernardino alumni story with the world. Hector Murrieta, Mr. Murrieta, recognized by a Molina Community Champion Award. Community partner Molina Healthcare invited nominations from across the region for recognition as their 2022 Community Health Champion Award recipient. Our own Hector Murrieta, principal of Sierra High School, was selected for this honor. Thank you, Mr. Murrieta, for your tireless efforts. The award is given to honor the unsung heroes who work in our communities and inspire others for their selflessness, extraordinary service, and contributions that positively affect the lives of those around them. Learning walks. Mrs. Applegate and her Ed Services team coordinated with many of us, interdivisional, worked on, and we visited schools for our first learning walks of the year across the district. Teams visited elementary, middle, and high school sites, which included cabinet members, to observe learning, to observe teaching, with the goal of identifying instructional strategies and areas of focus across the district. It was excellent. It was excellent to see our scholars learning. It was excellent to see our teachers teaching. It gave us joy, right? We need to do it a little bit more, but hats off to Amy Coker, hats off to Ed Services and their team for job well done. And I'll finish with this. November 1st is our recognition reception at 4 p.m. here at the district. As a district, we've been fortunate to see our programs and our school sites be recognized regionally. statewide and nationally recently. We are planning a reception to celebrate these awards immediately preceding the November 1st board meeting. During the reception, we will recognize 35 culture and climate teams from our SBC USD schools who have received recognition for the California PBIS Coalition for their implementation of positive behavior intervention and supports in gold, silver, and bronze categories. That is huge, huge. That's amazing. We'll also recognize the Student Wellness and Support Services Department for their work placing SBC USD in the spotlight status of the 2022 Safe and Supportive Schools Index for Equality California. Fewer than 20 schools receive this top-level designation for their implementation of support for LGBTQIA+ students. Another huge recognition. And then finally, we will invite Richardson Prep High to the reception and celebrate them during the board meeting for their recognition as a National Blue Ribbon School. We have so much to be thankful for. We have so many opportunities to celebrate our staff, and thank you, board, for a job well done.
Thank you, Dr. Funches. Great report out, and you are right. We have a lot to celebrate and be thankful for here in this wonderful school district, Samuel Senior Unified.
Dr. Wyatt, can I chime in just very quickly?
Absolutely,
Thank you,
Ms.
Dr.
Applegate.
Funches,
Please
for
do.
recognizing the learning walks, but I really want to say thank you to our teachers. They were phenomenal. Every classroom we visited was impressive. So I'm very proud of them and the hard work that they're doing, and our administrators as well for opening their doors. So thank you.
Absolutely. Kudos to everyone out there. Great job. It is definitely a team effort. All right, we'll move on to 9.0 action items. I'll try to pick up the pace for us here. 9.1, approval of personnel report number 7 dated October 18th, 2022, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion of the personnel report number 7? Okay, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 9.2, adoption of the 2022 Samuel C. Unified School District Emergency Operations Plan.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, motion carries. Moving on to 9.3, approval of job description, Assistant Director, Human Resources, Certificated Recruitment and Employment.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Yes, I just would like to
Dr.
request.
Rogers, yes.
Yes, thank you. If, Dr. Funches, if you can explain, it'd probably be pertaining to the second one as well, of why this is here.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. I'll give a quick overview of some of the things that we're facing in the current state of employment, not only across the state, but in our district as well. So as you know, post-pandemic, through the pandemic and post-pandemic, we've seen an increase in resignations and retirements. So we've moved from a 5% attrition rate to close to 10% attrition. With that being said, we know that we are in competition with not only surrounding districts, but other organizations who are looking for employees. And one of the things that we need to do to be very innovative is look at increasing the opportunities for recruitment for retention strategies and succession plans, as well as ramp up the hiring that we are trying to do to meet the board's priorities. As you may know, we've put together a plan where we're going to increase the number of resource teachers at school sites, MTSS specialists, vice principals and such. And so over the next few years, the workload for our human resources department is considerable. It's already been considerable, but it is even more so at this time. So an assistant director would allow us to be more innovative, take on some more of that workload so that we can remain competitive in this region.
And will this be coming forward anytime soon, as far as you can project?
So tonight is just the approval of the job description or discussion about the job description. And then it is our goal to make sure that we take it back to cabinet, talk through it, and bring it back to the board for discussion in terms of flying the position, as was stated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Funches, Dr. Rogers. Any other further discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 9.4, approval of job description, Assistant Director, College and Career.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion?
Yes, I just would like to, Dr. Funches, to also speak to this position.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Dr. Funches?
If I could, I'm going to have Ms. Applegate weigh in on that position.
Thank you, Dr. Funches. This job position had been previously brought as the Director of College and Career, and it was living in another division. But since then, the structure has changed, and so that work is being done through our secondary education department. So this is now going to be an assistant director under Dr. Sudha Venkatesan, who's leading the work now with a cross-divisional team, including many of Dr. Rodriguez's staff that's in her division. So it will be a point person to really work with our community, with the county, doing all the things that would help support college and career as it is now, but the additional personnel that's needed since the division no longer exists.
Can you also speak to the plans on the when?
This position will come back to cabinet again so that we can discuss, make sure that it meets our needs, and it will be coming, I imagine, when the other position comes as well, so as soon as we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Applegate. Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Any further discussion or questions, concerns? Ms. Rosales Medina?
And this is because it does mention STEAM within this position. It says work closely with the K-8 STEAM initiative to ensure smooth transition. So it seems like they're also going to be doing have a lot of responsibilities when it comes to STEAM as well, from what I'm reading in the job description. Thank you. So
it is something that crosses departments and divisions, because college and career pathways, many of them have a STEAM route. So it's engineering, it's math, it's arts. So there are many pathways that will have STEAM elements, but college and career in itself is also, the focus is A through G. So there'll be some cross-training. This person will be working with that as well.
Okay, all right.
All righty, thank you again. Let's go ahead and vote then. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 9.5, revisions to Board Policy 5030, Student Wellness, first reading.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 10.0, consent items. 10.1, approval of consent items.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion or items to be pulled? We did pull 10.17, 10.30, and 10.36.
And my discussion question is, I know they were pulled, and I'm just wondering again, what is our protocols on the pulling? Some kind of rationale or reason or something for us as a board and as well as for the community. So when they're pulled and we don't know, and oftentimes they're pulled here when we all come together, and we don't have that information.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers, and I would have to defer to staff on that.
All right. What I think we could do, Dr. Wyatt, is maybe just talk about each one in general, and maybe starting with 10.17, and then I'll talk about 10.30, and maybe Dr. Rodriguez can just provide an update on 10.36.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please do.
I am pulling 10.33.
10.33.
So 10.10 was pulled because we need to have some clarifying language. It's a contract for the teaching of reading, and we have over 10,000 English learners in our district, so we want the language in that contract to reflect.
Point of clarification. There's been a motion and a second. You've pulled items.
Yes, we have.
So we should vote on all the other items and then take the items that are pulled.
Okay. Thank you, Vice President Tillman. So for clarification, let me return to that. And did we have any, before I say anything else, were there any items to be pulled? Because I do see a few lights on. No?
I was going to pull 1033.
Okay, so we did have all those pulled. Very good. All right, so let's go ahead and vote on the consent
Did you
item.
pull the one that you're going to talk about?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and vote on the consent agenda items as amended. Okay, agenda motion carries. Let's go in order numerically. We will start with 10.17, please.
Thank you. 10.17 was pulled to add some clarifying language so that the teaching of reading science that our principals will be coached with includes the latest research for English learners and strategies and approaches that are relevant for English learners. So it's just a modification to the language.
Okay, did that answer anybody's question or concern? I just want to make sure before we move on. All right, let's go ahead and go on to 10.30, please. Oh, you know what? You're right. We gotta go by. Wait, I think are these items we're voting on, or we pulled them?
These are items providing clarification.
Okay,
on
so we'll only be voting on one item. These are just for clarification. Thank you. So 10.30, Dr. Funches.
So 10.30, Dr. Wyatt and board. I've been looking to do some work with our management team around health and wellness. The dollar amount there, I'm going back to seek clarification around having up to that dollar amount. So just some clarification on the dollars there, or the contract not to exceed, but saying up to. So there's some language there that we need to correct before I bring it back.
All righty, thank you, sir. Any questions?
Yeah,
to that?
so again, you said, so it says total cost for services not to exceed 192,700. And so what else did you say was the reason?
We just need to clarify the dollar amount, the number of participants, so that we're up to 192,700 and not thinking that's the total cost. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
Kind of, sort of, but I mean, it's in there. So, okay, you're bringing it back, you said.
Thank you.
All righty, any other questions for clarification? All right, let's move on to 10.36. Thank you, Dr. Funches. Or whomever that was too, I apologize, Dr. Rodriguez.
Sure, 10.36. I plan to meet with the vendor this week. We have some questions as far as the implementation of the program that I need to get answered before we move forward on this.
And I do apologize, I'm reading it a little bit here myself. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez.
And I guess my question would be to this again, because I know we addressed this several years back when it's coming here to us. At what point in time? Matter of fact, I think I even seen that vendor here.
There was a new
tonight.
development that raised questions on Friday.
Okay, so on Friday.
Correct.
Okay.
I do want to add that I do appreciate, and I think this is something that we're doing for, and I see a few that are missing, a trend of having like for instance, cost per session $450 up to $250. So it's detailed, and I do appreciate that. And I know some of these are that way. A few others are not. So if we can try to be more specific, so that way we're kind of being accountable for the funding and not just paying a whole lump sum. And we don't even know how many students are servicing or how many parents are servicing or participants are serving. And we're just giving out money without really getting account for what that funds are being spent on. I just want to say I appreciate something like this, how it's more specific.
Yeah, and can I add to the discussion comment as well, and for clarification? Obviously, we were increasing or recommending to increase this particular contract for this service provider, and obviously not to exceed a certain dollar amount. So are we to assume then that they hit their original intent number? They've actually serviced that many students already, and now we're increasing it to be able to service more.
We're actually looking to take it to another level. So currently, the contract is serving elementary and middle, and this increase is to bring it to the high schools.
And I guess what I'm saying is that we have we had a proven track record of enough students being served to meet the initial amount?
Yes, we now have 3 times the number of students in CAPS than we had last year.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. All righty, thank you for 10.36, Dr. Rodriguez. And now we will move on to 10.33, which is actually an item we will vote on. So 10.33, and I apologize, who brought that one up? I think we had a couple people, right? Okay.
I guess we need to clarify, and I had a lot of questions because there's one where in the language it doesn't say that it's paying, because it's for 2022-2023 school year, and as I'm looking through the documentation that's added, and there's only really 2 documentations that's very similar language that doesn't really specify that there was a back amount, and this is the current school year that we're in right now. So I'm curious what,
So-
and I know Kim is here as well, so that way we kind of clarify.
Yeah, Acoma is one of our vendors, and they have been doing a tremendous job at a couple of our school sites at Hunt, as well as Del Vallejo Middle School. This contract is going to board for consideration. It is an amendment to the original contract, and it's due to an error that CAP Central made in the spreadsheet formula that we calculate the amounts for. And so basically the error is that we're only paying, the contract originally was 4 project leads, and we need 12. And so basically what we're doing here is we want to contract or amend the contract to actually meet the needs that we have, which is to have 12 youth leaders to be able to serve at Hunt Elementary.
So can you specify, is this an after school, this is through the after school program, and how many, is this because we can't fill in staff, so then we're utilizing groups to bring in their own staff to help with our students? Or is this where they're gonna have like a separate class and however many students are able to help? So if you can specify that,
Sure.
and I know.
So this is our CAPS program. We have Sunrise and CAPS after school at Hunt. This is to increase the CAPS program after school. So there is definitely a need. Now, we have to make sure that we're providing opportunities for students to be there. So we're paying for the person to be there, whether it's there for 10 kids, 30 kids, we have to make sure that the door is open. The way that the grant is written is that we have to be able to accommodate a number of students who are coming in. It's no longer by attendance. So we don't pay price per pupil. We have to make sure that we have the capacity to serve as many students as comes through. And so we have a process of students signing up for CAPS. So we have an idea of how many students are coming that we should expect. The way that the grant is written now, they don't have to come every day. They can come twice a week. They can come for an hour. So it's not the same CAPS program that we've run in the past where we only pay for the students that we serve. We actually pay to be able to have the doors open and have personnel there ready to receive the students as they come to the after-school programs.
You mentioned 1 or 2 times a week. So are you referring to the students or are you referring to the staff?
To the students. So now there's flexibility with student attendance in CAPS. So it's no longer you have to be in CAPS every single day. With our new ELOP, provides more flexible guidelines. So if parents just need the childcare, on Mondays and Wednesdays or Tuesdays and Thursdays, it allows us to have that flexibility. So we have to be able to account for the number of students who are enrolled in CAPS, not necessarily the number of students who are actually attending CAPS.
Okay, yeah, because I saw, like, for instance, Hunt Elementary School, that's for almost 500,000. Hunt Sunrise, it's 153,000. Del Vallejo is 237,000. So, I mean, it's a significant amount of money, and just making sure that we're utilizing it.
Correct. So as I mentioned earlier, CAPS has grown by leaps and bounds. We are now almost at 10,000 students in our after-school programs. Almost a third of our students in the district are enrolled in CAPS. And so because of that, our costs are increasing. We have this year, and I know that there were comments made about some of our vendors in the past, and a lot of that had to do with accountability within the district. And so now we have capacity, and we have built-in structures so that there is accountability, so that we're meeting with our vendors monthly. We're reconciling attendance records, payroll records. We didn't have that amount of staff in years past. And so, we're running a stellar program with stellar vendors who really are going over and above to provide quality programs for our kids.
I appreciate the update. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Flores?
Yeah, and what I understand is this amendment is to rectify our error.
Correct.
And so we have 12 leaders already there, and we were just amending it because on our part, we had a clerical error.
Correct.
And I know that they're providing quality programs. So I think.
But the language is not within.
I know, yeah.
It's not even within the attachments. That's what I'm saying. It's not even within the attachments. It's not within the paragraphs or the statement, and nowhere.
On
it's
either one of
indicated.
them?
It says an amendment, but it doesn't really indicate because we're in the current school year, 2022-23. I'm thinking, well, if it's to pay the past, it must have been 2021, 2022. So that's what I'm kind
So
of.
2022 is when, in July, is when the contract came to board. And so this amendment is to amend the contract that went in June 2022. So we only provided you the amendment.
Right, it says it right here
Yeah.
Where?
on the second one.
And we want to formally apologize to ACOMA for the error that we made in CAP Central.
It only says it doesn't say that there was.
That we committed an error?
Yeah, or not even an error, but anyways, it
So,
doesn't
just-
have the actual language on it.
Just a point of clarification on the analysis, it says amendment is needed to reflect the correct amount to provide services to students at Hunt Elementary. So it does indicate that this is a correction in the analysis.
I thought I had read that, yeah. Okay.
All righty. Thank you, Dr. Flores. Dr. Daddy Rogers?
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was my main comment earlier to get to this point, just to make sure that the community is clear on why this is here, versus it looking as though this is a brand new starting all over. I think that's where the confusion came in. I appreciate you pointing that out as well. But, just to be clear, because even in this discussion, we started talking about the services and what we needed, but that was needed when originally the contract was done. This verbiage somehow missed being in there, and that's what we want the community to understand. This is not a new amendment to start over. Something was missed in the previous contract, and the services being provided right now, and these two go together and make it whole. So,
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
Just really quickly, I wanted to clarify, when we say youth leaders, what does that mean? Like, does that mean like entry level staff, or does it mean like supervisory type of?
Youth leaders are the actual people who are providing the service. So those are not the higher level. Those are the ones who are actually with the kids.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. And then mine, I think, it has been answered as well in regards to just clarification, because originally I thought this was just for one school, and I was like, oh wow, it's quite a bit for one school. But then it says And let me see here. I think for all schools, and I think I'm on the wrong one, actually. Let me
Yeah,
go back.
this contract is for, the contract with Tacoma is for Hunt, Sunrise, and CAPS, and Double Ajo CAPS.
Hunt, Sunrise, Del Vallejo, and
Sunrise and after school at Hunt and after school at DV.
okay, so it's for both programs at both sites.
It's for the entire contract that we offer, but we needed the additional people at Hunt after school.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
All right, any other further discussion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll go ahead and move to 11.0, review the board requests. 11.1, staff will review items, updates as requested. Ms. Ontiveros.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. The first request came this evening when Mr. Danny Tillman and also Dr. Scott Wyatt asked our friends at Mcpherson, obviously with our help as well, to make sure that all of the information that goes out in the superintendent search uses the term educational partners instead of stakeholders. Mr. Danny Tillman, echoed by Dr. Gwen Rogers, Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina, and Dr. Scott Wyatt, asked that we would find a way to include input from the new board members who may be elected on the 8th, well, at least one will, to get their input into the characteristics and qualities that you'd like to have in a superintendent before that process proceeds too far. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would request an update on the data about performance of our Native American students and invite Cindra Weber to come to the board for an update and celebrate our Native American students in November sometime. Then during the public comment, Dr. Barbara Flores, Dr. Gwen Rogers, Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina, and Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would look into the issues that were shared about during the public comment about the teacher at San Gorgonio High School. Mr. Danny Tillman, Ms. Myra Ceballos, Dr. Barbara Flores, and Dr. Scott Wyatt asked that we would bring back the costs of the request made in the athletic strategic plan presentation, both the short-term and long-term, including costs for meals, middle school athletics, and the items that the students spoke about in his presentation. I'm sorry?
Water aquatic.
Water aquatics. Okay, great. Thank you. I'll add that. Thank you. Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would also bring back a plan for how club sports will be accommodated through the CAPS program. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would provide information about the roles and responsibilities of the proposed district athletic director. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked that we would provide an update to the overall strategic plan, the athletic strategic plan. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would consider filling those 4 PE teacher positions for the elementary schools that they spoke about. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would seek out policies for leadership succession plans. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that for followed up on requests for 3 different board policies that she's asked to go to the policy committee. One was on conflict of interest, the other was on the reviewing of the use of attorney, and the third was on the translation of IEPs. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would look into how we would put middle college high school programs into all of our district high schools. And then Dr. Scott Wyatt asked that we would encourage students to apply for, and then that we would find ways to support the Garner Holt Scholarship Program. And I think that's all of them.
All righty, thank you, Ms. Ontiveros. Were there any ones that might have been missed or need to add or amended?
Move to adjourn.
All right, it's that time. Thank you, Vice President
Did you
Tillman.
include the volunteer
see, there we go.
information? I'm sorry. Did you include the volunteer or make a note, or you just put your kind of self out there? But please make a note so we know to follow up.
I will
on
do
it.
that, yes. Thank you.
All right, and it's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Dr. Flores. I don't think we have to vote on that, so meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. did actually pretty good for a rather long closed session and long discussion presentation on the athletics teaching plan. So everybody have a wonderful night, safe travels, and always may God bless you all.